Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, April the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. See my screen. That'll help me. Thank you, John. All right, guys. Well, we're in for a nice positive open to start anyway, buoyed by stocks like Microsoft. Now, I always talk about how these high float stocks, they don't move too much unless maybe it's an earnings play or some special news. That's a big move for Microsoft, guys. Look at that, 8% with 7.3 billion shares in the float. Okay, that's a big move. So that's Microsoft, and that's obviously going to help the tech sector. I know Google also had earnings. After hours popped a bit, but I guess it looks like it's kind of flat right now. How about typing it incorrectly in the right way? Yeah, Google kind of flat right now, but did have a nice pop after hours. Anyway, Microsoft definitely doing a lift for the tech sector. Hopefully, not too many people were in this one. ENPH. This is an earnings play also. On the flip side, look at this. Down 18%, $41. ENPH, that's Enphase Energy. I know a lot of people follow this one. It's a big gap down too. Look at the weekly chart. So it's taking all this out. Now, some of the cheap ones. Let's see if any one of these have held. INAB, INAB, and there's some other earnings plays I'll go over, but when I get through these cheap ones, yeah, INAB is not really held at all. I think Wainwright. Who takes Wainwright seriously? I mean, they put a $14 price target on these guys. I think I could have sworn I saw that $14 price target. I could have sworn I saw that headline in Interactive Brokers. But anyway, um, SAI guys. Actually, let's take a look at PACW. I'm sure the bets were being placed yesterday after FRC's disastrous day and continuing disaster that PACW may follow suit. But I remember I said yesterday, I didn't think that PACW, even though it got hammered down with most of the other regional banks, didn't think PACW fell quite into the same trap as FRC did. Anyway, bottom line is this, PACW earnings release after hours, and you can see the reaction. Now, we may want to take a look at this and fade it, but nonetheless, it's not like it got hammered down on their earnings release. SAI. So didn't I don't think we really saw SAI yesterday with some of those AI pops. Yeah, look at this. There's the daily candle yesterday. So SAI did not pop like some of the other AI plays, but today it is up 36%. No specific news. No, I'm just looking. No specific news. So both Mara and Riot and Coin, so some of the bigger Bitcoin plays are moving. And there's the Mara. Now Mara is now through that 200-day moving average. You can see what happened yesterday, that green line on my daily chart. So it tried, and then but it did close below, but now it's popped through the 200-day moving average. Riot, of course, has been well above it for quite a while. Riot, there it is. There's the 200-day. And let's take a look at Coin. Coin is a little bit like Mara. Mara I know is popped above it, but Coin is trying to get to it. Well, this was low volume when I saw it. Let's take a look. I think this might be an earnings play. WNC, let's take a look. Yeah, so WNC is an earnings play, low volume, only 21,000 shares. Interesting. They did release earnings pre-market. Interesting in that sometimes I'll see the low volume when it's an earnings play. It's because they released after hours yesterday, and so the market really hasn't caught up to the fact that it's an earnings play. But this is an earnings play. Now, important. Yeah, I mean, look up here. I mean, there's your next high looking left, $27 dollars. And we're at 25 right here, basically taking all this out. So the next high looking left is 27, but we need earn. We need obviously we're going to get the volume coming in. It's just when. And again, because I say the next high looking left is up here, doesn't mean it's getting there. Boeing then earnings play BA. I think it's a very positive one. BA, yeah, pretty positive, but big level to take out would be 210. 210, yeah, right up there. There's the high of about 5 days ago. FSR, I guess FSR had a little bit of news, a glimmer of hope for this country, yeah, company. I think something to do with Europe. This boost says company obtains European clearance for deliveries. So that is FSR. Hopefully nobody was in this one, the ZVSA. I didn't put it on the list, but just as look at this down almost 50%. Um, I don't see any news on it. I had some news yesterday, but that was during the day. Announces publication of an article, but I don't see any news on it. It's almost like they did a financing, but I don't see anything. D-Dog. I think this is might be. I think a bit of it might be a sympathy play with Microsoft a little bit. Their cloud. What do they do? Anyway, D-Dog is up. I don't see any specific reason for it. Well, actually, okay. This happened after hours yesterday. That's excuse me, 4:05 Eastern, State of Application Security. So obviously that helped because look at the after hours action for DDoG, that move area right here. So that whatever they said helped, and it's maintained. The next high looking left for DDoG is 69, $70. Now, I'd be more inclined to be looking at this as a fade. I just don't trust these big, especially these more expensive ones, these big gap ups. All right, let's see if PBLA is holding. Again, Wainwright. I'm 100. I got to find that article, that headline. I'm sure that they put a $14 price target on INAB, but they put a $7 price target on PBLA. So in other words, a 10 bagger from here. Who takes them seriously? Announced at $7. Yeah, price target $7 a share from Wainwright. And just as I was opening the room, Hoth had a bit of a pop, but I think it pulled right back down. Well, not quite. It's still up 20%. Um, so they're looking to do a reverse merger with Algorithm Sciences. Okay. And again, just as I was opening the room, CIFR, another cheap one, was popping up. Let's see if it's held. Actually, it has CIFR, not a low float, 41 million. I don't see any specific reason other than yesterday. Just stalling here to see this headline. Canaccord initiated coverage with a target of 4. That was yesterday. A little bit of a reaction, maybe just a follow through reaction now. Okay, so RT, you asked, can you get a link for my layout? I don't have a link to the layout exactly, but what I do is you can pick and choose what you want. Okay, I do share these two, the pre-market actives up and down. I share this race here, and I share this momentum up. You want the single stock window, you want the halts resumes. They're all there. So all you have to do is click on my link. It's helping someone in our YouTube room. So when you click on my link, scroll down a bit until you see the scan section. Click here, and here are the scans. Some other scans that you can't see, I'm also sharing. Okay, but that's the large cap gainers. There's the momentum scan, halts resumes, the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, here's my single stock window. So you can have all those, and you create your own charts. Okay, because you may not want the same time frames that I've got, but so you just add some charts to it, and then you're good to go. Okay. PTPI from yesterday. Quit the day yesterday, guys. Yeah, I got up to $6, 632. Closed way down here. Chopped by a third. So ZVSA, so it was an offering. It's funny, I didn't see that. Now I see it. Now I see it. Yeah, 910. That's $11 million at $1 a share. Yeah, at least they did it before the market opened. There it is. I don't understand what happens with my interactive brokers headline news. Some headlines disappear, then they come back. Anyway, this is what I was looking at. This is the INAB, and Wainwright putting a $14 price target on INAB. Stock's at $2 now. All right, 9:13. Oh, I got to get a move on here. Let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are from briefing.com. Actually, not too many of each. Of upgrades for Microsoft. Had the great earnings release for Microsoft. I'll get the downgrades in. I'm putting these in our Discord room first, and I copy them over. Tesla being downgraded by Jeffries. All right. Okay, there are the upgrades and downgrades. Let me get them in the main room now. Nothing, oops, what happened here? Nothing, nothing from Goldman that I can see, other upgrades or downgrades. Okay, so let's see if anything new is creeping in here. I don't see it. My inclination is still maybe to fade this Pac W. I think this really surprised a lot of people. Their earnings release, not as bad as what I guess was expected. But if it can get over 1264, what did it get up to pre-mar after hours? Yeah, it got over that after hours. So 1264 is looking like the next high looking left. And then you've got 1391. So we just have to wait and see. But it's very choppy right now. Take a look at the major sectors. So I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar and then show more and then sector status. So again, we're in for a positive open. Hmm, wouldn't know it looking at this. Okay, what you're seeing here, major sectors, there's XLE. These are the stocks that make up XLE. 80% of them, 81, almost 81% of them are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. Consumer staples, 83%. Hey, you wouldn't know. This is, must be SPY. Obviously, SPY is tech weighted because most of the sectors. I mean, communications even is not even 50-50. Tech is 63%. So you can just see the weighting in the SPY with tech stocks because SPY is up, but look at the major sectors. So as always, what happened? Oh, yesterday, of course, we had a big down day of virtually everything. So some of these ones that we're getting closer to the 200-day moving average are probably, I like to take a look at retail, XRT. So there was a big down day for retail, and led by Target. Target just had a disastrous day, and it wasn't an earnings play. Mm, look at this. Look at Target. But they were hit with some, I don't know, something, I don't know, SEC violations or something like that. This is what some lawyers have come out and they're suing them. But anyway, that is a disastrous day for Target through the 200-day moving average. Remember the retail sector is below the 200-day moving average, but at least Target, was above it. But not anymore. And consumer discretionary XLY, another one. Was another one that is below. Again, you can just see it tried. But nope, it closed below. Staples though, XLP, not the company, but consumer staples. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it is soaring above the 200-day moving average. And then we have financials, which I know 2 days ago looked like maybe, just maybe, right over here. This was on the 19th of April. Slow climb after the SIVB disaster, but now it is again moving away from the 200-day moving average. So we've got three of the major sectors down below. Take a look at XLK, which should be still quite a bit above and moving, especially today. Well, okay, I had the down day yesterday, but you can kind of see that there it is today. So it's above yesterday's high. And then there's communications, XLC. I mean, everything was down yesterday, don't get me wrong, but an XLC, virtually every sector is going to have that red bar on the daily. Well, SAI guys, this is the one so far today regarding AI type plays. SAI got its high as 431 in the pre-market. Another low float, 10 million. One of these Singaporean companies. A moment, please. But that's all people see right now, X, believe it or not. I know there's no accounting for this nonsense, but you are right. Below 159. So let's take a look at wow, I mean what a massive gap down for this one. But Oppenheimer sticking to their guns and maintaining coverage, desperately trying to get their clients out with putting a target of 302 on it. That guidance also. And BMO, okay, cutting it to 275 from 286. So these analysts are not trying to be too bearish. At least Northlands, okay, they maintain their coverage, a target at 200. Okay, let's a couple of golf claps for Bank of America. At least they put a price target of 169. And this is all to do with ENPH. Look on the weekly chart. So where is the next low? Come back. There is a low of about 175. Then another one around 168. Okay, boys, much as I'd love to talk about the NFL draft also, try to keep it in general market talk, okay? All right, guys, CIFR, I think I said it was holding. Yeah, it's kind of holding that gap. And this is yesterday, Canaccord putting a $4 price target on it. Had a little bit of an impact yesterday. Suvo, good morning. Interesting action with that. Oh, there it goes. Okay. We had a problem, I think, this morning with our daily alerts, I'm calling it now. They had not been wiped out from yesterday, but I'm looking now at my strategy trades all, and now it is cleared. Interesting action on, and in fact, I didn't even realize it, but Morph, MORF, was actually an AI alert late. We don't generally get too many alerts from the daily watch list. After I would say even after around 11:30, but that happened at 2 o'clock and caught a nice bounce for Morph right around $40. I did not see that. Morning, Alex from Sweden in our YouTube room. Guys, all I'm really doing, oh, here's the car. You guys were talking about car. I guess this is an earnings play, and they completed the merger. So I had a pop up here, but now it is starting to fade down. I'm through the 200-day moving average. Pretty important, guys. Look at the car through the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I mean, if this really gets rolling down, I mean, it would have to really take out 40. And looking left under here is around 35 on the weekly chart, but so it is an earnings play, and I guess they completed some kind of a merger. So Bitcoin, I'm away from my mic, guys. Bitcoin must be moving higher. I'm hearing Coin, Mara, and Riot. All right, guys, we are almost within 1 minute. I'm going to jump the gun here. We are now 1 minute to the open. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And now I will watch that. I mean, this is way outside the price range I normally take, but I will watch that ENPH and see if it, just continues to crater from where it is now. All right. So again, a mini barometer here. Look at all the ones that are up from at least 10% change from the close. I mean, look at them all. This is a list of them right up here, and there are only these ones down 10% from the close. So yesterday. All right, guys, getting set for this open. We are now open for business. So all right, ENPH. Keeping an eye on this ENPH. Some bottoming tails here. Whoop, little pop here. A little bit of a pop here. Except for the Bank of America, as I say, they put a 169 target on them. Yeah, everybody else was certainly well above the 180. Wolf, WULF. coming into what I consider some pretty decent resistance. So there's the FSR. FSR moving because of their European acceptance. I did see silver in the pre-market. Again, more news, but it really can't get out of its way. I mean, it had a tremendous run way back here, all the way up to 4. And then look at this. I mean, just turned back into a penny stock, sub $1 stock. Okay, guys, now PAC W is starting to weaken here just a little bit. PAC W starting to weaken. It's still up 11%. Had earnings. I think it surprised a lot of people that there wasn't a disaster like predicted. All right, well, silver is moving. Silver moving 180 on the alert, 196 now. Next high looking left is 195, is 195. So it's got all these little areas it's got to try to get through. PAC W is this is coming from my option scanner, guys, actually. On the way down. All right, guys, ENPH. So after that little pop up, it is now starting its descent. Ooh, look at FRC. It's funny. There were no shares available this morning at Interactive Brokers for FRC, just like yesterday in the morning. But then all of a sudden, a lot of short covering. When I say short, I should always say this. It's for Interactive Brokers. I can only speak about Interactive Brokers. So as we speak, no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. But then they became available during the day as there was a lot of short covering. Yeah, SAI. I mean, there's no news, but as the gentleman said, in theory, it is a crypto play, but it doesn't matter. It just has AI in the name. And whoa, ENPH broke a little rule, guys. Well, William, you know what? You nailed it though on the FRC. For several weeks you've been saying that you did not think because you were looking at your warrants, I think, and you said, I don't care what the stock is doing, the warrants don't look good. Isn't that but you were I'm pretty sure you were all over this long term though, saying you did not see how this could last. I don't know if you guys can hear that, my machine going crazy. Wow. BXMT 1822. Oh, this is actually in the 10-day daily breakout also. So what's the float? Big float. Yeah, next high looking left looks around 1877. Okay, I have to give my friend Real a big slap on the back. I'm gonna tell. I am short the ENPH. I didn't take a lot, okay, yeah, but I don't. This is way outside my comfort zone in terms of share price, but I don't know if it's going to get close to its fantasy level of 158. But just looking at that weekly chart, it still has some room. King and Queen. Okay. Good morning. Yeah, market halt. Yeah, halted. FRC halted on the way down. Volatility halt. Wow, took out 170. And I'm talking about ENPH. Well, I watched this. As Real said, his fantasy level is was 159 or something. So I watched on the open. Is it a little bit of a pop up to 183? But the minute it took this out, these two little candles there, that 177, said, okay, wow. Big, 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 big kudos to Real on that one. I thought he actually said 159, but whatever it is, yeah, 159. Oh, you mentioned okay, 166 for you. See, Grumpus, if you act like this, you are a valued member of this community. I know you can do it. From South Africa. Ah, that's a tough time zone for you. Yeah, not really, Grumpus. Not really. Only, boy, look at this. Next low looking left on the weekly chart. Well, it's below that one. So the next low was 166.88, it looks like. And now we're below that. Patricia, I would like to take a subscription with Trade Ideas. Is there a session before explaining how this scanner works, please? Well, I'll tell you, you can take a look at this. Because you don't have to be a subscriber to look at this. Just give me a moment. But of course, you can be in this room and you can ask me questions, how it works. I mean, we're a scanner, so you can create any type of scan you want. Well, not any type of scan, but we've got all sorts of different alerts and filters. You can create your own scans if you want. I share a lot of my scans. There are a lot of scans in our toolbar that are made. But here, let me just give you. This is kind of a bit of a primer. Oops. If you click on that link, you'll be brought to my home page here. Okay, and this is what you're going to see to start. You'll be at the top here. So if you look at the get started, okay, now you don't have to do there are 10 videos here. Obviously, you don't have to do the download and install because you're not. What I would do is maybe just take a look at I would take a look at Introduction to Scans. That's episode 7, top lists, and alert window. So episode 7, 8, and 9. That'll give you a little bit of a background about what trade I did. Yeah, this is free, Patricia. Yeah, the trading room is free. You don't have to be a subscriber. Now you have to be a subscriber for the scans and all. You want to create your own scans. You want to have charts and all that. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber. Okay, guys, I almost hate to bring this one up, but the CNTG from yesterday. Yeah, this was a messy, messy, messy one. Well, you can go to our website, but if you click on my homepage link, Patricia, my guess is that I should be pronouncing it Patricia based on your last name. Um, you can just understand what an alert window is, what top list windows are, and what our scanning is all about, okay? All right, guys. So let's see a little bit of a pause in the downward move of ENPH. So from where I got it, it's about a $10 drop. So just a little bit of a bounce here. Let's see if this holds under 170 at least. We'll understand that to understand the rest of the scanner information. I mean, we have a lot of alerts. Just to give you an idea. And this, I don't want to overwhelm anybody who's listening to this, but I mean, these are all the real-time alerts that we have. At the very top, new highs of the day, lows of the day, etc. You don't have to learn them all. But we have a lot of different real-time alerts. And then we have a lot of different filters. When you see these icons, these are all the filters. Typical ones like price ranges and maybe minimum volume and maybe being a minimum up from yesterday's close or today's open, things like that. Again, you don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is that we've got thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we had to create enough alerts and filters so for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scan. But again, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, and in our toolbar, if I click on Doc Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. Explosive Winners channel, the pre-market channel, after hours, the momentum channel. So we have a lot of different theme-based channels, and each one of these channels has some scans. I don't have to learn them all. The reason we have them is that you can kind of go through the channels, and if you see something that looks interesting, a momentum scan, wonder what it does. So you just right click on any scan, you right click on configure, and then summary. And that's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular momentum scanner, The price is between 1 and $50. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. 100,000 shares minimum, etc. This is what gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute's 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400%. So if all these filter values are met, if they're all met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see PAGs here. Since I opened this window, there has not been any other stock that has met these requirements and made a new high, as an example. Okay, but you can create your own scan if you want, but we've got a lot of scans. So always my recommendation is to kind of go through the different channels and take a look at the scans, see how we've created them. And you can always then take a scan, take a few scans. You can take some of my scans and make a layout, your own layout out of them. All right, 166. Let's see if we can even get it a little bit lower. Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, let's keep putting a price alert here. Yeah, I always like to say it like that, Patricia, because I think people get overwhelmed when they look at our program and they say, "Oh my gosh, look at all the alerts and filters. How am I possibly supposed to learn them all?" And the simple answer is, yeah, I don't. I've been a subscriber of Trade Ideas since 2010. I probably use 0.5% of them, and the rest of them, I haven't even looked at. But why we created so many is because when the company started, 20 odd years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scan. So I had to give them enough. Well, it may mean nothing right now, Captain. I mean, some of these guys have been putting out some well, I'll call them ridiculous. How can you put a $300 price target on this stock? I mean, you can do anything you want unless you've got a lot of your own clients trapped. You probably were telling them, uh, or they have earnings today or after hours yesterday. Don't worry, should be okay. And then it's an absolute disaster. 25%. I mean, 25% down for 132 million in the float. That is a big move. Now, at some point, will it bounce? Maybe. Of course it will. But right now, the object is to take advantage of this massive downturn. All right, give me one moment, please. Just have to make a change to one of my scans. Okay, so let's just, I mean, now we're through that 166, which was the next low looking left, I believe. The next low is now 150. There's that 159.61. There's that low way over here. This is back May of last year, so almost a year ago, approaching that low. Wow. Sorry, guys, give me a moment. Hmm. SAI guys, still strong, pull back, but hard for me now to really concentrate on anything else other than watching ENPH. Now it's sort of recovered that 166 area. I'm going to watch it closely. If it gets up to 167, I'll probably take some off. Remember yesterday's big flyer, CXAI, one day wonder? ICLN guys, ICLN, not an earnings play that I can see. ICLN. Um, oh, it's the clean energy ETF. I didn't realize that. Okay, it just showed up on my option scanner. Jason, they've been working on text alerts for years now, so I don't want to mislead you, but yes, I think I do see an end because these I'm not using them. I can't use the new charts that they created, the HTML charts. There's a couple things that just don't work for me, and so but I know it's been on the list for years now. I get it, but question was text alerts. Oh man, okay, so that 166 was rejected. Sorry, Chad, I know you're long, but like most in this room are probably short ENPH. Hack W continues to fade, guys. Hack W continues to fade. So D-Dog's still strong, and it was strong in the pre-market. I was actually thinking about watching and maybe fading it. Oh no. So this looks like it's kind of just piggybacking on Microsoft, perhaps. This teasing article, Goldman Sachs has three hammered cloud software stocks. Is this a cloud stock? I mean, it's data. I don't know if it's cloud exactly. I don't know enough about these guys, Datadog. Would this be considered a cloud stock? D-Dog? Anybody know? Thank you, Pepe. So it is considered a cloud stock, okay? So maybe that was one of the three that Goldman said would run 75%. Piggybacking on snow, okay? No, maybe I'm going to have to change my price range to 100 to 1,000 now instead of 1 to 50. You want to keep an eye on Morph, guys. I mean, it's kind of hanging tough here. Had the big day yesterday, of course, on the upside in the pre-market, and then just a monster short, and then a nice bounce that was actually right there. You can see a little buy button. That was in our daily watch list, as I call it now. I'm going to just keep calling it our daily watch list. And that was a nice bounce from 41 all the way up to 48. So this is now, holding. It was kind of an earnings play yesterday, but it had some big news regarding their drug. There's no pet abuse in the background if you're hearing our dog. Little drama queen. Well, what's the next high looking left for Datadog? Sorry, 72.16. What did it get to? You got to 72.09. All right, guys, I've covered some of the ENPH. Okay, as it moves above 66. I was waiting on that 166 mark, so I've covered some. That's basically from $10, 177. This could be it. Well, maybe not. I'm just watching it at that 166 mark. One moment, please. Yeah, I'm looking at ETAO. Not in love with these cheap ones, the ones that come from a dollar, under a dollar. But I shouldn't be biased. I mean, anything can happen. So 106 is the next high looking left. The next high is 128, and then the 144 mark. So interesting. It's not a low float, 100 million in the float. So it's not a low float. Probably not Disney World, Jamie, but let's figure something else out. Now, look how choppy this market is. We had the little move, and then what time is that? That is 5:45 Eastern time. A big move down, and that's 7 o'clock, and then a move up, and then the market. What's the first bar? There's the first bar, market hours. But look how choppy the market has been. Keep an eye on Morph, guys. I don't think the volume is stellar, but let's take a look. Yeah, not. I mean, it's four times normal, but only 187,000 shares. And the spread, actually, spread's not terrible. I'd be inclined to look at it on a 50 break, big psychological number, and see if it has a 50 break. I mean, it had a very nice recovery late, held after hours, holding in the pre-market, just inching its way up a little bit. What do I make of the choppy market in general? Not sure how to answer that. We've seen a choppy market many, many, many days now for the past few months. Rarely, there's only been a few days in which we've had like a solid trend up or down. Now, later on in the day, we may get, an hour or 2 hours straight up or straight down, but just the nature right now of I don't really look at the market like that, Charlie, because I'm not a swing trader. I'm sort of live in the moment, you know, day to day. Still most of the major sectors are above the 200-day moving average. Obviously, financials are not. If I, that's the only thing I really look at if I'm sort of trying to figure out, okay, what is this overall market doing? So financial still below the 200-day, retail still below the 200-day, and I think consumer discretionary. But the rest of them they're all above the 200-day moving average, which in theory is bullish. But because I'm not a swing trader, what the overall market, what happens overnight or the news during now, obviously something can really affect the market during the day if some major announcement comes out of maybe the White House or something. But other than that, I'm just sort of living in the moment. What's happening now? Only two alerts so far. Wow, two alerts so far on the breakout or the breakdown. The BXMT probably didn't. Yeah, I would say this that my daily breakouts, I would, in my using this now for, I don't know, a couple of years, maybe a year and a half, can't remember. I would say the 15 and under for some reason. And of course, it depends on what the market's doing too. And the breakdown, of course, this is what I would always be looking at. It's only the breakouts have really performed over the last maybe month or so. Before that, I was just concentrating on the breakdowns. Concentrate is not the right word. I was noticing that the breakdowns were giving huge percentage moves compared to the breakouts, but then over the last, not today and maybe not yesterday, but I would say over the last 3 weeks to a month, the breakouts have been just incredible. But again, all these scans that you see here, that's what they are. They're scans, they're ideas. They are not, okay, I get an alert, I just pile into the trade. That's not what it's all about. And some of them are just moving with the market. I mean, look at this VRT pop up, right back down. Oh, okay. The NPH right back at that 166. Is Oprah now considered an AI play? Oprah? Why? They've got their, this is Opera right there. Yeah. So what do they got? A search engine now? An AI search engine? Or a chat GPT search engine? Well, I wish this ICLN, yeah, there's a low right there of 1865 and then 1852. There's just, for me, I'd love to short this, but there's just not enough. When I look left, I just see these little areas that it could stall. So I wish it were way down here, around the 18 level, but so that's why I won't take this short. Oh, look at Blink, BLNK, not an earnings play, but just look at this daily chart. Another, all I'm doing right now, guys, is looking at my 20-day low, my 20-day range low. I'm just looking at this top list, seeing if I can get anything out of this. And here's my my 20-day range high, one low in stock here. And but look how it's right in the middle of the day's range, so not interested. Now EC is a yeah, but I look left, and the next low looking left is 938, so it's too close for me. I want a lot of room. When I look left, I want to short something. I want to see a lot of room underneath. Where it could go until it hits the next low. Kind of like the ENPH. Yeah, so I'm shying away from these. I mean, let's see if there's any news on them. On this one, ETAO, kind of shying away from these really cheap ones. But look, I mean, it's giving a tremendous, there was the alert at $1. So, I mean, there's a 20% pop. Something's happening with it. 42 times normal volume up to this time of day. Don't see any news on it. Well, you would think that D-Dog right here at 73.30, you would think that may stall. Look at the weekly chart here at the same. Yeah, 73.30 and that high is 72.16. So it's a little bit above that. But on that weekly chart, looks like we could get a lot of resistance or some resistance for D-Dog. Boy, for all a lot of action in the first 45 minutes, but or half an hour, but not that much now for me anyway. The things that I'm looking at. So this one is a not very much volume. Sleep Number SNBR is an earnings play. I'm sorry, it is not an earnings play. It will be. It releases earnings after hours today. SNBR. Oh, here's maybe an interesting one, guys. IART. It is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Yes, pre-market. Really nothing happening in the pre-market. The market open. I'm sorry, that is the 8:30 candle. I'm sorry. But there's the 200-day moving average, 53.13 or 53.18. There's the area. Will that hold it? I mean, it tried to get below it, and is it going to continue to bounce off it, or will it test it again? And that's the IART. If it breaks through, it doesn't have a ton of room, 52.50 or so to the next low, but looks like it's trying to bounce off that 200-day moving average a little bit anyway. And that's the IART. Yeah, I'm not getting any new alerts, so that's why I'm kind of looking at this is where I found the well, it was on here. There it is, IART. But here's the blink, but I just don't like it because I think it's got could have some. Oh, wait a minute. This could be interesting. And the blink BLNK, trying to see where the next low is. I thought there was, but look at the weekly chart. There's really nothing. It'll go back to 2021. I mean, there's really no support for blink BLNK. Problem is, we're chasing it right now. Yeah, SPY just turned red. So the Dow's down a little disconnect. Of course, NASA's up, immensely helped with Microsoft and well, not really Google, but Microsoft for sure. How is Microsoft doing? MSFT, holding its gains? Yeah, pretty well. Got up to 302 after hours yesterday. All right, so the D-Dog is now starting to, that looks like could be the high now. What did it get up to? Right almost to that penny. 73.30. Well, not quite. 72.67. And there's that high over here, 73.30. Okay, FSR, another new high. I'm just hearing that one. FSR, another new high. Is this shortable for me? Not shortable. Because I have this feeling 578 is the high there, but up here is 6. Could stall around 6. Yeah, some a couple of giant red bars now on the SPY. It's a big move for FSR, 175 million in the float to be up almost 20%. That is an impressive move. I mean, the fact that they're now allowed to sell cars in Europe, what does it really mean? Other than they're allowed to sell cars in Europe. But how many are they going to sell? I mean, that's been the biggest problem, hasn't it? In the US. So it looks, it's a nice press release, but reality, what how big a market is it for them? EUDA. Wow, that was a nice out of nowhere. 225 was the alert, and now up to 250 right here. Okay, something, don't see any news on that one. The next high looking left was a couple of days ago, up to 289. Well, something's happening. Again, I don't see any news. EUDA. See, that's some past news. Ah, that's right. They were a business combination. Yeah, so it's sort of a double. They merged or something, or they bought some company carrier, and they're also an earnings play. It had the pop, I guess. Not I guess it had the pop in the pre-market up to 43, but as we noted, down below the 200-day moving average. And again, one of these ones, when you look left, $40. Yeah, $40 is the next low looking left on the weekly. And then if it can get through that, 37.81. So let's put an alert around 40, put an alert around 4017 and see if it gets down to that level. Did I don't think so. I think it might come and go, but I don't think there were shorts available. CXAI at Interactive Brokers. But I think this is one that comes and goes. As people covered, obviously it'll come back. But I didn't look this morning. I did not look this morning, so I can't verify that. Okay, guys, I'm basically out of my ENPH now. Okay, watching it, trying to hold that 166 mark, which was one of the lows on the weekly. Yeah, no kidding on this EUDA. I mean, that is the one, obviously, in these cheap ones, 3.6 million in the float. Yeah, I mean, it's not shortable at for me, Interactive Brokers, and that's the EUDA. Look at this market, boy. This is a well testing. We're maybe testing the 400 mark again. What do I think about Palantir? Probably not much, Brian, but let's take a look. LTR. Yeah, I mean, in terms of what? I mean, it's just as earnings on the 8th, below the 200-day moving average, big float. It's just one of those ones that just, doesn't interest me. If you're talking about a short, if you're talking about a short, I mean, the next low is 719 on the daily chart. So if you're talking about a short, maybe. But if you're talking about going long, I have, and if you're talking about a swing, forget about it. All right. So if you don't want to short Tesla, TSLQ, You can buy this. And look at this. Look at the look at the room it's got. 7123. This is a bear ETF created by, I don't know who created it exactly, but it didn't do too well when Tesla was, I guess Tesla was up around 200 or on the way to 200 here. Of course, this was dropping then. Well, definitely a couple of not firsts, but deviation from my norm, taking a high price stock and early. Look at this market. Meanwhile, FRC, boy, there just doesn't appear to be any hope for FRC now. I mean, I know I was reading about it in the pre-market, but not understanding completely what may or may not happen, but pretty darn bleak. No short covering yet at Interactive Brokers on this one. And we have, so it got halted. FRC got halted on the way down. Yeah, so again, these low floaters, typical 309 and right back down to 240 EUDA. Ugly. Look at this Hoth. Holy smokes. Do you have any sort of a charting system by the dip? Well, charting system. Do you have charts at all? Just all I do is look left. Okay. I don't do anything special. Well, if you look left on a daily chart, what do you see? The next high, I mean, there's the high of the day, 468. So the next high is up 742. So would you consider that meaningful? I would, of course. But that's all I'm doing. I'm not doing anything more fancy than that. Just look left, look left, look left, look left. What is the time frame of the three windows? Which windows are you talking about, Highlander? I mean, you're not talking about my charts. Well, if you are, there's a weekly chart, a daily chart, and a 15-minute chart. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Yeah, so 15-minute, daily, weekly. So DWAC, I read that news this morning. If you don't get your act together by September, affect this merger, you're going to have to give all the money back. September is a long ways off. And this is what we're talking about. DWAC received notification from NASDAQ related to delayed annual report. Okay, until June 20th to submit a plan, but I thought I read somewhere about September. Okay, and then they can grant it. So if they get this plan, then they can grant an exception up to October 16th. Well, all right, guys. Well, again, nothing. What did this APLT do anything? Yeah, look left. I just don't see enough room for it to keep moving. APLT had a nice couple of days, but when you look left on the weekly chart, I see 160, in that area, and we're at 148 now. So I just don't think much of it. 'Whoa, look at this one, guys. Now we're chasing it a bit here, but NEP, not an earnings. Actually, it was an earnings play yesterday, April 25th pre-market earnings play yesterday. Big down day yesterday. Continuation today. NEP. Let's back this out. Where can we see any sort of 5483? 5483 is the next low, and that was back. So you got to go back 3 years just about before we see those lows for NEP. So this is another one that, I mean, it had a huge down day yesterday. Okay, another one, cringe, CRGE showing up. Is it going to have a run? Is the CRGE showing up in the momentum scanner? But same thing for me. I just look left. I just see too much happening not that far away. Now it could do an EUTA and just blast right through all this, but it's just not for me. Okay, ENPH, maybe making another leg down here, guys. I don't have very much left, but hey, I've got enough left. If it gets down to that 159, that'd be fun. Well, this FSR has got some decent strength here, guys. FSR has got some pretty decent strength. I mean, again, I keep thinking that 6 is going to block it. There's no shorts available, unfortunately, for me at Interactive Brokers. Oops. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, I know Centerpoint has everything, Chad. I know. Long as IB had ENPH shorts, that's all I, which then I would have got a little irate, but that would have been, I think, an impossibility. Okay, so there's the ENPH. Yeah, so that looks like it. I mean, if it gets over 170, that could be the start of a nice little bounce. I mean, it's already bounced about $4, but so those of you who went long, I don't know where you went long, but hopefully now you're making some money. Lunar, yeah, Lunar on the move. I don't see it anywhere. It's not showing up anywhere, but I people have posted about it. LUNR. That was a wild one. Hmm. No news, of course, for Lunar. Just one of those ones that somewhere, some room or something has got a hold of it. Somebody's pumping it. Not this room, of course. 954 and 10. So 954 and 10 are the next kind of two highs looking left. Ah, okay. So the NEP is continuing down. It's about 70 cents, about 30 cents since I mentioned it. I just didn't want to take it because it was just, I felt it was too extended on the way down. I was hoping what would happen is maybe just pause a bit and then start moving down again. It's just not happening. And that's the NEP. Just was talking about the APLT, but again, don't like it because, come on, charts. Yeah, all this over here, meaning when you look at a weekly chart, you kind of see an area where it could easily stall. All right, let's take a look at these races to see if there's anything interesting in any one of these. So let's take a look at Intel, INTC, see if there's anything interesting. Okay. So Intel has earnings tomorrow after the market closes. And based on this, I think most people don't think they're going to be too impressed by whatever they say. Down below the 200-day moving average now. Well, FSR just may prove me wrong if it blasts through 6. Come on. Well, guys, again, a big area for Fisker here. I mean, if it can take out 6, I still look left, but I'm thinking that 6 could stall it, but why not a 1-minute time frame? I just don't like a 1-minute time frame. For me, just too choppy. The fact that I've got a 15 and a daily and a weekly chart, that is, of course, not to say that's what everybody should do. But I find a 1-minute time frame just way too choppy for me. But if a person can use a 1-minute time frame and make money doing it, go for it. Um, Thoughts on PRST? PRST, the flyer before. Let's see what it's doing now. Same thing. Look left. It's like $4 or so. 402 is the next high looking left. It's over the VWAP, 327. Another relatively low float, 27 million in the float. Yeah, it's trading about normal. Of course, I had the massive day over here when it traded 100. How many shares did it trade? 111 million shares. So right now at 373, kind of puny, but moving a bit. I don't know if they have any news other than lawyers wanting to sue them. Okay, so this is an earnings play. This WNC, it's an earnings play. There was very little volume in the pre-market. Volume's picked up a little bit. Um, Underneath the VWAP though, 25.28. Let's see if it takes out the VWAP as maybe a shot to the 26 level, if it can get over the VWAP. And again, it's an earnings play, so it still should be reasonably active. Boy, this intrigues me, this morph. Just keep an eye on it. MORF, I've got an alert set just over 50, I think. You can just see. I mean, if it It's holding the VWAP 49.13. You can kind of see if it can pop through with some volume. Don't do it. I mean, if the volume is nothing, it could just be a fake pop. But if it pops through 50, all right, guys, what time is it now? 10:48. So I'm a little spiel about trade ideas as just not getting too many new alerts. So good time, maybe just to talk in general about trade ideas, what the program is all about. Here's a lunar on the move, LUNR. Anybody in our Discord room? I see maybe 6 people. Maybe put a post in there if you are. Otherwise, it's going to shut it down. All right, I just clicked on my link, my homepage link. So this is what you're going to find. What's halted? Actually, FRC had a rebound, guys, a little bounce here. I can tell that because I know it was under 4 before, so 560 now. See, good thing no shorts for me. So here is a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 15%. The big difference is what I call our daily watch list. Okay, so this is presented to you. How you trade them will be up to you. That is the difference between premium and standard. But do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. Okay, you can always start off with a monthly 118 standard, 228, less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. And as always, you must do this to get started. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Okay, 10 short videos. New to trading? Great. Trading 101. Nice little course. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he put this together. Series of videos starting off with what is a stock. So it's incredibly basic at the beginning and more detailed as you go through the videos. I do a stock of the day video. I wonder what it's going to be today. A stock of the day video. You can sign up for it. Of course, it's free. Trade of the week, which did not work this week, but it is free. So if you sign up for it, you get it about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. Now, for those of you who sign up for it and feel you're not getting it, please check your spam folder and or your promotions folder if you have Gmail. Education, big education section is here. And here's our user guide. There's that getting started again that you must do. Now, at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, a top list window is, the T window, and about stock racing. I haven't gone over stock racing yet. There's an example of a race, but if you click on stock racing, we've got 4 videos that really explain it well, I think, and the race startup, clickables, configuration, etc. Other thing I would look at are price alerts, okay? Please use the price alerts. You find something you might like, but it's not at the price you want, just put a price alert right on the chart. And if it gets to that level that you might be interested in taking the trade, great. You don't have to stare at the chart anymore. Give me a moment. There's that getting started again. So daily support sessions. So I do take a break between 12 and 1. Oh, good. So Frank Franco in our YouTube room said, I did check my spam email and I found the email for the stock of the week. There you go. So daily support sessions. I do take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. I'll confirm that. And before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie for an hour if you'd like. And last, here are my scans, the ones that I'm sharing. Again, if you click on my homepage link and you want to find my scans immediately, okay, you have to scroll down a bit and here they are. And so this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. These are the two races that I'm sharing. The large cap gainers is the one you see. I also have another one that's a lot more volatile. You can take a look at that. The breakout and the breakdown, which really are my two favorite scanners, not doing too much today, nor yesterday really, but my favorite scanners really, the 10-day daily breakdowns or up. There's the momentum scanner. It's very similar to what you see here. I actually changed mine a little bit. I made it a little more difficult for alerts to come through by upping some of the values. You don't have to do the same thing, but if you want, you can remember now all these scans, you might look at them and you say, well, I like the idea, but I don't like the price range. Change it. Change it to the price range you like. Here's the halts resumes that you see here. And again, I have some other, my single stock window that you see. So, oh, there is the option place. Okay. I thought somebody asked the other day and I forgot I had added it. So these are some of these scans, of course, are my other monitors that you don't see, but you can take a look at them. There's something if you think makes sense for you to take a look at them, like a basic new highs and lows, very general one stocks making new highs and lows with other filters, of course, but so if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then click on it, and then you can use this promo code. And if you save my homepage link, of course, then you can look at my scans anytime you want. I do change them up from time to time, and that big education section. What I've tried to do in the education section is sort of amass most of the things you find on the website that I think most people are interested in. So you don't have to go through the website. Okay, so so when we looked at IART last, it had bounced off the 200-day moving average and it was up around the 5360 mark. But you can see right now it is challenging the 200-day moving average again. And the low of the day was down here at 5280. And the next low looking left is 5248. So a little bit of room, especially if you can get it down through that 200-day moving average. A question in our YouTube room, is there a way to only load a specific amount of stocks in a top list window? The answer is yes. So, here's a top list window, two box. First of all, can you hear me and see my screen before I keep going? There's a question from our YouTube room. Okay, so what you do is this. So if you right click on your top list window, right click on it, Go to time frame and then set record count. Okay. Now you're going to have a maximum of 1,000 stocks in there, but I would caution you, anybody not to do that, especially if you have several top lists, because what happens is, you could have it has to go through 1,000 stocks if all the filter parameters are met, etc., and that can really, really slow down your system. Okay. But here's how you can limit it. I've got 50 stocks as an example. Okay, I just typed 50 in here. I wanted 100. But the more you put in, and if depending on how many top list windows you have, remember, you have to look at these constantly. So it could slow down your system a bit. But anyway, so if you want to limit, it sounded like you want to load a specific amount of stock. So that's how you do it. But I would not use 1,000. Probably wouldn't even. I mean, you don't need. I mean, how can you possibly see 1,000 or even 500? You know what I mean? So, but that's how you do it. No, no way to add sound to a top list window. I mean, understanding that a top list window, number one, I don't, well, it actually updates more than 30, every 30 seconds. It would drive you crazy. Okay. You'd be having alert after alert after alert, probably. So, no, the answer is no. I mean, the sound alerts are basically for alert windows, of course. Well, guys, in the process of again being proved wrong, FSR through 6 now in a big way. Yeah, I just don't think I don't want to snow you 2 bucks. I just don't think it'll happen. Okay. I mean, you can make a suggestion, info@trade-ideas.com and make the suggestion, but I don't think they'll ever do that. Especially, especially considering, the push is to use the races from the top list. Okay. So if a new stock did appear, you would see it in your race as an example. Yep. Totally wrong about the FSR. Totally wrong. So now the next high on that weekly chart is 631 and then 647. And if it somehow blasts through those two levels, your next highs are 776. Hmm. And here's another one, guys, that I thought might stall right around the level it's at now, CRGE. All right, MORF now. I kept waiting to see. I have a thumbnail, so I was always kind of glancing at it. I have a price alert set on it, of course, but you know what? 49.18 is the VWAP, so it's underneath the VWAP. Maybe this will actually cause it to keep moving down. And that is the MORF. So just underneath the VWAP, 49.18. All right, guys. Well, okay, look at the market. Again, we've got a very choppy environment. And now we're 45 minutes up. I'm sorry, that candle just started 11:04. So we're 30 minutes up. SPY is now mildly positive. There's a little disconnect in the market. The Dow is down, but the Nas is up. So a little disconnect between the so-called growth and revenue stocks. Okay, so at least there are five of you. Okay. No, I don't mind. Grand Sniper, I'm talking to somebody in our Discord room. I don't mind keeping it open. I really don't. It's no big deal. I don't actually monitor it though. So you guys can talk amongst yourselves. I do hear some kind of little noise, I guess, when something is happening. I actually like it, so I can put the upgrades and the pre-market actives in there, and I can save it. You know, I can look at them. Discord does a good job doing that. But so no, I have no problem keeping it open, even if there are only five or six of you. Okay, guys. Well, maybe this is what I'm looking at, Grand Sniper. I just see six here, three here. I don't even know what that means. Maybe it's I really don't know what that means. Again, I don't really pay that much attention. I would obviously if this were the main room. And who knows, one day maybe Discord will lift the limitation on screen sharing. ATVI up my alley. Let's take a look at ATVI. I'm sure you're talking about as a short. Yeah, through the 200-day. Hmm. Yeah, looking left. I mean, 75.60 is the next low looking left, so that's about $1.40 away. Rio mentioned learn a long time ago, LRN. I see what happened. Now it just faded off it. Okay. You know what is moving, guys, is Xerox XRX, which had earnings yesterday, and it looks like it's a bit of a continuation. Yeah. So, and importantly, through the 200-day moving average. So Xerox actually has a little bit of room. Look at this on the weekly chart. 17 is the next high. So important level that it is trying to take out is the 200-day moving average, and that's XRX. And there's definitely old school company. Do I ever use daily SMA for gaps? I'm not sure I know what you mean. I mean, I know where the daily SMA is, but I don't specifically use it for gaps. I mean, I just look in the pre-market and see what's happening. I'm aware where the 200-day move is. I'm aware where all those next highs or lows are when I'm trying to figure out if a stock has anywhere to go. And here's an example of looking at Xerox and look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days before earnings. All these smart people here, selling it off, thinking there's no way Xerox is going to have an earnings. I don't even want to call it an earnings surprise, but anything that positive, and look what happened. So all these smart people here got wiped out. 11:11, which I should actually put this link in, guys. It just reminded me. So our test drive that we haven't had for quite a while now, the dates are set. Let me consult the calendar, make sure it's June. Oops. Yeah, June 5th to June 20th. That'll be the test drive. So what you can do is this, and why 11:11, why I remembered about the test drive, because that's how much a test drive will cost, $11.11. Where's my link for it? Okay, so I put the test drive link in. Okay, this is what you're going to see. So again, right now, right now, unless something happens, the test drive will start on the 5th of June and run to the 20th. And that's 10 trading days. Okay. And so if you sign up right now, basically what you'll do is, or what'll happen is you'll get an email probably about a week before it starts, maybe 2 weeks. I don't know exactly when, but it'll let you know, okay, yes, the test drive starts on June the 5th. Here's what you have to do to sign up. It'll cost $11.11 for the 10 trading days with Trade Ideas with our full premium service. Okay. And we haven't had one for quite a while. We've been trying to get these new charts working. I hope they're going to be working by then. I think that's their goal. Okay, but you can sign up for it and then just wait for the email and it'll tell you exactly what the sign up procedure is. Well, ENPH is actually having quite a nice bounce now. 163, I think, was a low, so there is about a $10 bounce. Yeah, 162.60. So that's a nice bounce for those of you. I should have been paying a little more attention to it because look what it did. It took up the VWAP basically at 170. So once it took the VWAP out, that would have been an interesting place to take the trade. All right, guys, I am now just kind of in a holding pattern. SPY is still had a nice 45-minute move now. So some bounce plays like the ENPH and all that should start working, well, have been working. Boy, I mean, this is unless maybe they did a reverse split we don't know about, hasn't because this is it's a big move for 102 million in the float. All right, so this is news from the 19th about Charge, CRGE, surpassing $100 million in infrastructure backlog. All right, that was on the 19th, though. Well, I'm definitely watching this ATVI on a 77 break. See if it takes it out again. I'm gonna stick an alert down here on 77.69. See if it can clear 77 in a decent way. I haven't seen UCAR at all today. UCAR. Yeah. It won't show up on the momentum scanner, of course, because it's down for the day. So it won't show up there. Now, okay. I mean, it is right at the VWAP, 480. You know, but if I were going to go long this, it would have to easily have to take out five for sure. So this NEP is kind of interesting, guys. I was waiting to see if it could, you know, stop moving down so much and maybe consolidate a little bit here, or just so look what's happening with NEP and look what's happening with the market. So the market, I mean, it's an energy play. Let's take a look at XLE, just in general. Let's see what XLE is doing. So XLE is moving with the market. XLE is moving with the market, whereas NEP is not. NEP is not. Okay, so this is interesting to me if it takes out this 56 again, because it is not moving with the market, nor now I'm using this, calling it in the energy sector. I mean, obviously it's in the sector, but yeah, contracted clean energy, but it's not like an oil and gas producer or anything like that. But nonetheless, so that has some interest for me if it breaks down through 56 again. And there's the VWAP up here, 57.20. All right, so with this market starting to move like this, we're starting to get a few more in the 20-day range high. Take a look at them, see if there's anything kind of interesting. The WNC, I mean, it's pretty kind of boring, but it is an earnings play, and it's still underneath the VWAP, 2020, 25, 25, 25, below the VWAP. And just as I was speaking about these 20-day daily breakouts, Vodafone is up here. I think that's Vodafone, right? Yeah, Vodafone is up here, VOD, but it's now showing up here in the momentum. Wow, look at this. Look at this. It's on an earnings play. I don't see any news other than, I mean, there was some news yesterday. The Emirates Telecom boosts Vodafone stake close to 15%, seeks a board restructuring. That news was yesterday. So maybe something has actually happened. Because it's a big float, guys. 2.3 billion. That's a big move. That's a big percentage move like that with 2.3 billion shares in the float. That's impressive. Now, lots of shares available to short. Interactive brokers, 3 million. So here we go. Iliad said to discuss potential deal involving Vodafone Italy. So there's your news. The next high looking left was 1174 on the daily chart. I'm kind of really looking at this to see if it's run out of steam here. VOD. I mean, that's a big parabolic move up on that candle. And it's a huge float. The VWAP is at 1163, so it is above the VWAP. William, I don't have a Zach scanner up and running right now. Does that show up on the topping? Did Vodafone VOD, did that show up on the topping scan? All right, guys, it is in the topping scan, thanks. Taking a wee short on it, just a wee one, okay? Because back up into the 80s, I'm out. I don't anticipate that float is huge. All right, move one way or the other, okay? And again, I don't expect much. There's the VWAP. It could stall right at the VWAP. But I'm in at 1178. Let's see what happens. And a short, a short. Oh, it's just not trading now. All right, well, this is boring me. So it's just not moving at all, the VOD. All right, guys, time is at 11:28. So I'm going to confirm it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room in about half an hour. Jamie sometimes listens to me, so he may post that. Just waiting on the VOD, guys. It's just not. It's basically where I shorted it. So all right, guys. Just waiting on this Vodafone. See if it gets into the 60s. I'll probably take it out if it gets into the 60s. There's the VWAP again, 1164. All right, 173 or 173. I wish 173, 1173, 1174. LUNR, I'm hearing. Why am I hearing it? Pull back to the VWAP. So this has had a big pullback now. Okay, thanks, Real. Running up, running up, running up. Another really cheap one, guys. Hook, HOOK, Hook. I mean, it's been on a nice run, from 68 cents up to $1 now. I just don't play these, but I just look left. To me, I just see all sorts of resistance, but some of these things, it's not a crazy low float, 44 million in the float, so it's not crazy low. Is it really? Because it was really dropping yesterday. WW was really dropping. Yeah, coming back. The VWAP is 741, so it's above it's above the VWAP now. Maybe that Goldman Sachs 13 will hit sometime. Okay, guys, I'm out of the VOD. It just didn't. I look at it later, but I'm out of it. Basically flat. Okay, best you can say right now, but lunar, LUNR, trying to hold the VWAP. The VWAP's at 916, so it's trying maybe bouncing off the VWAP and maybe has another run to that 10 level. Ah, VOD now moving down. I don't care. It's just not. Now it's, why did you have to get up to 1180? That's crazy. It had to, I did this little jog and that got me out of it. This is what I was, that little jog up there. And now it's doing what I thought I was just looking to get into the mid 60s, 1165 or so. C'est la vie. And it is Jamie. Yes, Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about 24 minutes at noon Eastern time. Be interesting. I know Jamie is, I don't know if he's listening to me, but Jamie is a little more of a scalper. Yeah, but he has, as he said last week when he was in on the Wednesday, not a lot was happening that day. I have no idea today if today is a good scalping day for him. Ah, I don't believe this vote. It's amazing. If I turned my head for about, I don't know, 10 seconds, I wouldn't have seen that pop up to 1180. Okay, move on. Ah, now let's take a look at BHC. BHC is almost a lifetime low. It's showing up on my 20-day daily breakdown. The next low looking left is about, is that right? 620 on the weekly chart. Is that right? Yeah. So this is underneath a whole number, underneath the 200-day moving average, happened yesterday. Seems weak. Earnings next week, so earning nothing to do with earnings today. So this BHC, what's the volume like? It's only one time, relative volume is only basically is trading normally. But I am going to stick an alert down here at around 693 and see if it takes it out again. Just because it's got some room when I look left. Okay. And this is just a weak stock moving underneath the 200-day yesterday. It may move. No, you know what? It's not moving with the market though at all. You can see what it did over the last hour, and that's what the market did though. So this is not market dependent at all. BHC. See if there's any specific news. Yeah, I see no news on it today. Meanwhile, Captain Hook is making a little bit of a move. Yeah, well, you see, this keeps me out of a lot of trades, guys, by just placing price alerts. Here's the NEP. I've been talking about this one. Now, who knows? Maybe if it takes out this VWAP, maybe it has a bit of a recovery. But I put a price alert at the low there. You see the blue. If you can see my 15-minute chart, you see that blue line. It didn't hit it. Otherwise, that blue line would have turned green. That keeps me out of the trade. Now, I should Real will say the same thing. When I put price alerts on charts, it doesn't mean just because the price alert hits, if it does, that I take the trade. But now I'm aware of that was an area before anyway that I was interested. Now I can take a look to see what's happening right now. But that keeps me out of a lot of trades just by putting in a price alert. I don't try to anticipate that something's going to happen. Put the price alert in and then walk away. And so easy to do. If I want to put a price alert, say I want to put a price alert around that VWAP, which is 5712. You can see that purple line there. It's approximately there, but I'll put it. All I have to do is just move my pointer. There's a dotted line that shows up on the chart. I can eyeball where I want. I see 5713 on the in the y-axis. So I right click, create price alert. There it is. Now, if I want to make a change, of course I can. I typically don't put notes in, but if you wanted to, you can. But it's very simple. Then you just save it, done. So now I have a blue line on top. I have a blue line on the bottom, kind of bracketed. Okay. Wow, this is quite the bounce, guys. Well, anybody took advantage of this one. The FRC, that's quite the bounce. I mean, it's halted now on the way up again, and it's through the VWAP, 598, or sorry, 622 is the VWAP. Yeah, so yeah, this has been halted all over the place as tank is pointing, majestic tank is pointing out. FRC been halted 8 times so far today. Keep an eye on this ENPH for another, not a short necessarily, but just it's a recovery play right now. Holding the VWAP, 170 basically is the VWAP. See how if that holds it and moves higher again. Yeah, so Frank asked in the YouTube room, what's my opinion of Mara? Well, when we were used to look at Mara and Riot, Mara was definitely underproducing if you look at the 200-day moving average, but now it's at least above the 200-day moving average. But as far as it having earnings next week, I don't care. I don't play earnings at all. I don't. I'm not. I don't have no opinion one way or the other whether their earnings, whatever they release, is going to be good or bad. Okay, I never hold through earnings. So this is a pure Bitcoin play. So, I mean, if Bitcoin is moving higher, you're going to find Mara and Riot probably moving higher. Bitcoin starts moving down. So it's like a sector play. I mean, I don't think, well, before I open my mouth, let's make sure. Yeah, I don't think you're going to find, for instance, BITO, which I use as an ETF for Bitcoin. I don't think you're going to find Bitcoin moving down and say Mara moving up. Okay, so my opinion is you're gonna have to follow whatever Bitcoin's doing. And I don't. I mean, the whole idea of the having earnings, I just, that's a one hard and fast rule that I have is I do not hold anything through earnings. I will never deviate from that. And you could tell me, I don't mean you, Frank, but you could, somebody could say, oh yeah, but they're going to be blowout earnings, and I know they're going to guide. Even if that were the case, it doesn't absolutely mean that the stock's going higher. But anyway, I just don't hold through earnings. I don't try to anticipate what is going to happen. Okay. But really, it's a Bitcoin play, Frank. So you have to be following, and I have no macro idea about where Bitcoin is going. I don't really follow it. I mean, I follow it. I mean, I know kind of what the price is. Okay. I don't think that there is a way to add color to the single stock window. Yeah, doesn't appear to be. It's a good suggestion, though. Yeah, I don't think there is a way, but I like the idea. Yeah, because I'm drawn to the float. But I kind of know where it is because you know, I've adjusted my column so I have all my position and ranges right around here, so they're not scattered throughout. But yeah, maybe make a suggestion. You can support that trade unless Pepe chimes in and says, "Wait a minute." Yes, you can. I don't think you can. I haven't. Make the suggestion. Support at trade-ideas.com. More powerful coming from our customers than me. But I like that. Yeah, I do like that idea. The problem could be, I mean, to selectively, just have like I want this one and I want that one and different colors. It might be a little bit of a challenge for our developers. I don't know. I don't. I'm not a developer. Do I use something that auto configures your position sizing? The only thing I do is I have an Excel a spreadsheet. Okay, talking candlestick. I haven't talked about this maybe this afternoon, but my share size is always dictated by the difference between my entry and my stop, and I always try to risk about the same amount every trade. Okay, so using some really simple math, if I'm risking $100 a trade, and it's a $10, well, it doesn't really matter what the price of the stock is, but if my stop is, if I've determined that I think my stop, a proper stop, would be 10 cents away, based on what I see on a chart. So if I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, I can take 1,000 shares, because if I'm wrong and I do obey my stop, a thousand shares times 10 cents equals $100. Okay. And so what you can do is I have an Excel spreadsheet that I just input my entry and stop, and it'll do the calculation for me. I can do a lot of that in my head though too. I mean, I don't get too hung up. Oh man, you should have taken 105 shares instead of 102 shares, or I'm not that. I don't want to use the word, but I'm not that uptight about it. Well, yeah, Frank, I mean, yes, if this were trading independently, if Mara were trading independently, okay, you're right. You look left on the daily chart and 1133, but you've got to be able, you have to pay attention to what Bitcoin's doing because I don't think if Bitcoin all of a sudden starts having a drop, see, this is what I would do. I would have, ooh, there's the NEP, I think on the high side, right? Yeah, so taking out the VWAP. So what I would do, Frank, I mean, if you're interested in stocks like Mara and Coin and Riot and all those, I would have a thumbnail chart with you know pick whatever one you want, BITO beside it. Does that make sense? And then you can because then you can kind of track what's happening with Bitcoin itself. Because I just don't think they will move it very much independently to Bitcoin. Jamie, of course, is going to be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes, and he's a big Bitcoin. He was an early buyer of Bitcoins, I think. I don't know if he still has them, but he might give it better insight to that, but that's what I'd be doing. So here, for instance, here's my SPY chart, right? So if you were totally into Bitcoin, I'd have this as BITO because this doesn't change. Or GBTC. I mean, some people, I don't know what trades more, GBTC, which is still on the pinks, but it trades a million. But it basically is the same as, I think, the same as BITO. So there's a million shares. And what is Bitcoin? BITO and 5 million shares. So I'd probably use BITO, trades more. Well, it's been a fast morning, and I have to admit, fairly easy morning for me because it's always nice to have. And again, big kudos to Real, mentioning the. I mean, we saw ENPH, in the pre-market. I mean, but to maybe point out an area that it could get down to because it's something I don't typically trade just because of the price range, and I don't usually take trades early. So you get one early good trade, you can kind of, cruise for the rest of the day. See, look how Carrier has been kind of chopping around. Again, right at the VWAP, 40.95, right at that VWAP. Yeah, I have the 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart. That's the one that Steve Gomez loves. He's been using it for years. I have a feeling it's relatively close to the 8 EMA. Well, I could always put that on just to sort of see what time is it, 11:53. Yeah, so I'll just for fun, I want to see how close it is. It's usually pretty close. What color I'm going to pick to make it different. Okay, maybe green. I think a green there. Okay, and then make it 8 and see how different it is. Oop, see, I picked the wrong one. SMAs. EMA. EMA. Okay, let's see how much of a difference it is. So right, for this one, there's hardly any difference. Where do we find Barry's scan settings? Okay, so King and Queen from South Africa. So I just typed in underneath your question, I just typed in or put my homepage link in. Okay, so when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top. Just scroll down a little bit until you see my scans. So here are my scans. So you can pick and choose which ones might be of interest to you. And then once you've loaded it, then all you have to do is right click, configure, summary. Then you'll see exactly what the scan is looking for. Okay. I'm assuming you're a subscriber. All right, guys. I'm just going to put the YouTube link in now. So you can head over. Jamie is not there yet, but just preparing for that. King and Queen, your country person, Stephanie, lives in. Stephanie has been a huge asset to Trade Ideas, created the user guide and more, answers lots of questions, and she is in South Africa. And I heard a little pop there. That means Jamie's there, right?
Clicky, clicky.
Clicky, clicky. Okay.
How you
All
doing,
right.
Barry?
I'm good. Just give me one moment as I get the announcement in. Okay, guys. So Jamie is in our YouTube room now. I'm going to put my announcement in on a break. Can you go to one, or do you have to leave early?
No, that's fine, Barry.
Okay. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. Okay, guys. So I'm muting myself in the main room and the 9 people in our Discord room. I'll mute that. And one last thing to mute, Jamie, before I talk to you, is my music.
Very good. You got that club music pumping, Barry?
Sort of. Sort of. The Disco Inferno.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm a little disgruntled this morning about the action
Oh,
of the
okay.
stocks that I was in.
Hmm.
Started off really well with some nice short positions and everything was working well. But it seems like this pattern right here seems to
Oh,
be the
yeah.
pattern of the day, right? Oh yeah, short working good. Maybe we'll fill this gap. Then boom, much more upside potential
Oh,
than
yeah, yeah,
there
yeah,
was
yeah.
downside today. But I guess hey, after yesterday, heaven forbid we have heaven forbid we have a little follow up.
Hmm.
And we know
Yeah, yeah.
when you saw this action right here, you're thinking, hey, we're gonna cruise on down to the 403 level. But no,
Nope.
put in that little
Nope.
wick, just coinciding with
Another
this
choppy day
area
on the
here.
SPY.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another
And
choppy day on the
especially
SPY.
especially with all, since earnings are starting to ramp up,
Hmm.
my earnings list was quite full, as you can see
And so
here.
what happened? The ones that were well, the one that I don't know if you're listening to us right from the get-go, but ENPH was just an awesome short for a lot of us. Real in the room pointed it out. I mean, we knew that it had the big gap down,
Right.
but then and this is not typically the type of stock that I take just because it's way outside the price range. But I took it at 177 and didn't write it down all the way to 163, but that was just an awesome. And look at it now. In fact, I was thinking this is going to have a bigger bounce. look at it right now, it's starting to get through the VWAP again of
Right.
170. So
Yep.
this could, start moving down again. But that for me that just made my day. I mean, and I don't typically trade that. That the price range, I just
Right. Right.
and so early. I usually wait 15 minutes, but I looked at it, I thought, you know what, do it. Just do it.
No, I was listening and I heard you. I heard you. It was like in the first 5 minutes, right? Or first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, exactly. So listen, Frank, in our room, and I know you were definitely way more of a crypto player than I am. I don't know if you're still, I think you still are. So am I right? He was asking about Mara as an example, MARA. And I've seen Mara and Riot, and I always found it very interesting that Riot was way above the 200-day moving average, where Mara now it is, but it just I think broke it yesterday, and it's still moving today. Used to always think of them, basically the same, trading in tandem. But he asked the question about what do you think of Mara, and Mara has earnings on the 5th. I basically said, well, I think you've got to watch BITO or something. You've got to watch something because I don't think they're going to trade independently.
Well, check it out right here. Look at the daily action on Mara right
Hmm.
here, and
Yep.
then this is daily Bitcoin action. Notice
Yeah.
the similarities there.
Hmm.
Of course, these are mining companies, not necessarily tied with price, right? But they're all going to mimic. It's like the Bitcoin itself is kind of like the spy for those companies.
Right.
And then don't forget about. Oh, okay. Hold on one second. Oh, okay, took my pointer away. There we go.
Mm.
Notice master because
Right.
Michael Saylor loaded up with X amount of Bitcoin, so that company's also going to trade
Right.
similar to Bitcoin, even though they're hey, he's holding a ton of coins. The other guys are mining coins, and that model's a lot different because they have to be profitable based on their equipment cost and their electricity cost, yada yada
Mhm.
yada. But they all just seem to get drug along by Bitcoin.
What do you think about using BITO as a proxy for it all? I mean, I don't have that chart, the Bitcoin chart actually. BITO, what do you think of just using
Now
that?
that's the
Just-
ETF, right?
Yeah.
And you can see, once again, the action is similar up here.
Hmm.
It's just a little not quite as liquid, you know.
Right.
Or you got the gaps and the little candles here. Um,
Because of course it doesn't trade 24 hours a day where Bitcoin does. Yeah.
correct, correct. And then you're exposed to the gaps.
Right.
That is true.
I
But
was
as
just
far
I was just
as
saying using it as a proxy though. I mean, if you're going to play Mara or Riot or any and those sort of, if you have a BITO chart beside it, just to check to see, okay, well, what is the direction? Because I don't think I've ever seen Mara or Riot trade not in the same direction. Say,
yeah, exactly.
okay, I mean, it's that simple.
hmm All things are going to flow to the whims of the great magnet, so to speak. But as
Uh,
far as I haven't, I'm not doing any crypto trading per se. Now,
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'd like to, I'd like to, Barry.
Alpaca, alpaca.
When
Yes.
we, I'd love to use trade ideas to scan
Yeah.
for
Of
crypto. And
course.
hey, fingers crossed,
Hmm.
throw some salt over your shoulder and knock on wood and all that good stuff.
Boy, those
Um,
are old ones.
hopefully,
Don't
hopefully,
step on a crack, break your mother's
hopefully,
back.
yeah, that'll be an option for us in the not too
Yeah.
distant future.
Okay. Okay, cool. All
All
right,
right,
my
sir.
friend, I will
Enjoy your break. Is today
I
vacuuming
will.
day?
No, that's tomorrow. Thursdays are
Oh, that's
vacuuming
Thursdays.
day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gotcha.
so today, no, it's a little workout day for me. So, but thanks for asking.
All
Okay.
right, Barry. We'll see you when you get back. Thanks.
Okay, you bet. Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Hello, traders. Welcome to my desktop. This is the hour that we, allocate for Barry's break and have a live support session. So, all of you regulars know the drill. If you're new, then this is the hour that we allocate just for questions, questions about the software, not really any pre planned content here. I'm just going to talk about trading in general. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to use the questions panel to get that out there, and I'll do my best to answer it for you. Yeah, I was talking to Barry earlier about, well, had a bunch of short positions start off good, but they all just kind of turned, and a lot more upside in those trades than there was downside. But kind of, well, not really surprised. Earnings are starting to ramp up. They still got a little bit of ways to go before they get really hot, but seeing a lot more, each day more and more stocks in here. And as you can see, anything that reports today pre-market or that already reported or post-market, which would be all the 0.75s here. Nice little list. This list was pretty much bone dry a couple of days ago, but earnings starting to kick back in, which, I was thinking to myself before the session, and this this is the perfect example of coming in with preconceived notions, right? Well, had some good downside action in the markets yesterday. Go back to SPY here. Thinking that we may have a little bit of room down to here, but these guys seem to have caught it right there. These past, what was that, back on the 6th, seem to have caught it. Not a whole lot of volume, but started off with some good downside action, and everything just kind of stopped and reversed. Of course, keeping the mindset that, well, a lot of these stocks, their earnings plays might go independent of the market, but just not the way it went today. Still having some issues with hard to borrow stocks. TLRY, really like to keep an eye on this one. Why is that? Because it is circling the drain here. When we look at this daily chart here, just yesterday it dipped below and is now in the hole again. All-time lows followed by all-time lows today. So I was intently watching this one at the 22 level, because that would mean back into new uncharted territory here. And much to my dismay, when I went to get short here, couldn't do it, could not get executed due to hard to borrow. So a little disappointed there, because 5 cents on a stock that I could be in 10,000 shares of would have been a nice little trade there, but it just wasn't meant to be. So even though I saw the trade, I saw the setup, I was right. I was not allowed to participate due to hard to borrow. And it just seems kind of random right now. One day it'll be available, one day it won't. And kind of in the vein of Murphy's Law, it's never available at the right time. So, oh well, welcome to short selling. Didn't play any ape to the downside, but after I saw this candle put in, and that's right about the time that we started turning up in the market, I did put a little ape on the books. Still in it. We'll see what happens. Not risking a whole lot there. And we'll see if it gets any legs. Other than that, what else was I in today? Oh, yeah. So, I've got my favorite race right here, my Dawn of the Dead, which I always keep up. But you might notice these two windows here. And of course, I had to switch back to my larger font format here for the purpose of this uh, little presentation here, because if I showed you guys what I look at when I'm trading, you probably wouldn't be able to see it. It'd be too small. So I had to, put it back on large scale. But these two windows right here, Boyle Sherpa, Boyle Watcher. I've been getting to know this ETF right here, BOIL, and this is for natural gas, and it's an ETF, and it's pretty active. Gets very active in the pre-market, setting up these nice little levels here, and you can see nice orderly pre-market. Did get a little choppy here, but I kind of use this in the same vein as I use my large cap compare count window, which kind of just gives me an idea of what kind of action to expect from the overall market. So a look at this after the first 15 minutes. I've also got my boil watcher over here, which is a multi-strategy window. So if we take a peek at the two strategies, I've just got the long and the short. I've got every alert to the upside, and then in the downside, I've got every alert to the downside as well. And we're only looking at boil. And that's what this window is looking at too. So after the first 15 minutes, let's see here. That was the opening candle. Yeah, right here. That's the opening candle. So 5, 10, 15. After the first 15 minutes, this thing was way pegged to the downside, 60 something percent. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, when we break this level right here, we're probably going to get some downside action out of boil. Now today, I was correct. Not a huge amount, but keep in mind, this is also a very liquid instrument. So when I'm making a trade in this one, it's typically in thousands of shares. So a nice clean little short right here at 323. Now keep in mind too, when I saw this downside count, I'm watching it after the first 15 minutes, so I knew 27 cents was the high. And boy, it really just couldn't get close to that level again. So that's nice to know. Started pecking at it a little bit here, amped up the shares here, and was able to cover not quite at 317, but 317 and a half. Yeah, got down to the 317 bid and 317 offer area. A lot of the times in this zero commission environment, when you go to market out, you'll get the middle of that spread. So if it's 316 bid, 317 offer, you hit market buy. A lot of the times you're going to get the 316 and a half. So not a huge move, but was right nonetheless using these tools here to help me, kind of confirm, yes, we might have a downside move. Now, I'm doing this with a big, thick liquid ETF, but you can apply this type of action to any single symbol, whether it's a stock or an ETF, and it's been working pretty well as of late. All right, just checking the questions panel. So if you guys have any questions, just use that panel to get us out or to get them out there. Peter talking about FSR. Yep, struggling with that whole number there. Got a little bit past it, 626. Big day yesterday, followed by a gap today. So definitely in play. Speaking of earnings plays, this is one that I thought might give up a little bit. I got short right there at that break, spent a little bit of time in the money, and then of course reversed, came up here and popped new highs again, and then is just right back down in the middle. Briefly thought about getting long, but I was like, yeah. Made my short bed, sticking to it, not going to get churned up. Had I went long, would have been the same scenario. Would have been in the money a little bit, and then right back to where we started. So Vail reporting, well, it says here market hours, which is odd because you don't see many of these. You have to ask yourself, well, why would a company decide to report in the middle of the day versus pre or post like just about everybody else does? Don't know. All right, SRI, where can I find that on TITHX? Not really sure I understand the question. Are you talking about making some watcher windows for THX? If that's a symbol? Oh, thanks. I guess you're saying thanks. I was like, I don't recognize the symbol of THX. So SRI, are we talking about the windows that I was talking about over here, the compare or the multi-strat and the compare count? Yep, you're absolutely right, Alex. I mean, Tilray was one of the high flyers when it came out back when the cannabis stocks were in play. But as you can see, and the market is littered with these, but Tilray topping out. What do we have there? 67 bucks. Okay, Siri. So you're talking about the compare count window over here, yeah? Okay. So if you want to spoil, this is for Boyle. If you want to spawn a brand new compare count window, you come over here, hit new, and then compare count is right up here. So you have two sides of the compare count window, right? You want to set up the green data side, and then you want to set up the red data side over here. Now, if we use this one as an example, since I'm only watching one symbol, and this is what I like to refer to as a watcher. I've got one called a spy watcher. This is just the Boyle watcher. So when I click configure, and keep in mind this is just independent alert windows for the bullish and bearish sides. So in this case, I'm only pointed to Boyle, and anytime one of these bullish events takes place, then the window is going to keep count of it. This guy's going to tell me what's happening. For example, a block trade just occurred in Boyle, but it is a bullish event. So this window just added one bullish event to the count. But you can still see here, since the open, we've had 56% bearish events versus only 44% bullish events. Now later in the day, let's say Boyle starts ramping up, it starts to get a little upside momentum, then it would be interesting to see at what point in time and where we would be on the chart when this threshold might reach 50-50. And keep in mind, that's just a hypothetical situation. It's probably not going to do that, but anything's possible. So Siri, that's the compare count window. If you want to create a watcher, you might notice, since I have all of the bullish events checked off, that's time consuming to come in here and individually insert all of these, right? So if you'd like, if you want to try this compare count window out in this capacity, I can just drop the cloud link in there, and then you can easily, once you pull it up, you can duplicate it, and you're like, okay, great, that's a Boyle watcher, but I want to convert this into something else. All you'd have to do is come into configure for each side, come into symbol list. Let's say you wanted this to be a VIX watcher. Well, we just change the symbol to VIX for the bullish side. And then we'd come over here and change the symbol for bearish. And then last but not least, we'd probably want to change the name up here. So we just come to properties, or actually, I forget where we are here. Window name. I was just looking at this. Not symbol linking. Oh, wait, I'm thinking about the multi-strat window. Yeah, properties window name. Here, it's just going to take the name that we left in each individual strategy. So we'd have to come over here. So now this is a VIX watcher. Change the name of both, then you'll see it reflected up here. So now notice, that's the way we do it in the compare count window versus this window where we would go to properties and then window names at the bottom. Well, Carl, this morning it did. And a lot of the times on my larger, let me see, sometimes it's for the short term. So for example, if we look, let me pull up Twitter here and see what my large cap readings were. Pretty sure they were bearish. Okay, so check this out. All right. This is my compare count window for the big cap movers. So it's basically any stock with a market cap of 4 billion or higher. You can see the symbols down here. They're fairly liquid. So I look at this window after the first 15 minutes because that gives me an idea of the overall action of the market. Now, when I say overall action, that could mean a short move, and sometimes it's even good for the day if we have room, which today we did, but that didn't happen. But if we look at the first 15 minutes here, here we are looking at 5-minute candles, opening candle right here, 5, 10, 15. So after the first 15 minutes, this is where we were right here. Okay. Now, what did we do? We chopped around for another 30 minutes or so, and then we popped lows. So that initial read here after the first 15 minutes was a good read. We did have downside action. It's just that we bounced here and reversed, right? Very similar to what we saw on Boyle, even though you're just going to see a smaller, tighter move here. First 15 minutes, 5, 10, 15, chopped around for a little bit and then went to lows, right? So to your point, can it give you an edge? Yep. That's the reason that I watch these things. Oops. Pardon me, I lost my other screen real quick. There we go. But therein lies, it's kind of like seeing what's going on under the rug, right? All the stocks that are hitting highs and lows in that first 15 minutes, a lot of times can give us an edge as to short-term and longer-term market moves. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, so I will drop this link in there, and that way you can make any type of compare count window, whether it's looking at a family of stocks with a filter set or the way that I'm using it here to monitor a single symbol. All right, so that cloud link should show up there if anybody wants to grab it. What is the signal you look for if you could boil it down to a signal? Okay, once again, let's just use boil, okay? Simply because, let's see, that was the first candle here. Sorry, my eyes are playing tricks on me there. Okay, first candle right here, opening candle right here. So this is the 15-minute mark right here. Let's put a little yellow dot there. 1, 2, 3, right on that. That's the 15-minute mark, right? So I knew what the high was. It was 27 up here. We're bouncing around probably 25, 24. I'm watching the price action. They couldn't take it back up to 27. So I started piecing in a few hundred shares here, a few hundred shares there. But this break right here, when we broke this nice tight little consolidation right here, because the high had been put in, the low had been put in, right there at the 15-minute mark, we're range bound, right? So the big signal was breaking below this level right here. That's when I added most of my shares and then got this downside move here, right? So the opening range break, what we can refer to as a ORB, opening range break, that was my main signal. Nice tight consolidation, price action, couldn't get it back up to the 27s. They'd take it up to the 26s and then ram it back down again. So, you know, that gave me a little bit of confidence that they probably weren't going to see that high again. So when I'm piecing in here at 25 and change, and then put on the majority of my shares as we broke the opening range here on that little wick, and then we got confirmation to the downside. So the main signal was the opening range break. If we look at a different symbol here, even the SPY, right? 5, 10, 15, chopped around for a little bit. We could have shorted the SPY right here at 406.30ish and got the same type of move, a buck 30 on the SPY, but it would have been this break of the opening range, just a little more spread out here. Let's see here, opening candle here. Basically, all you have to do is wait, right? But it looks like that one was getting wicky too. So, you can predict and go, well, I think it's going to come down here and break the range, but that may or may not happen. That's why typically I might dabble in some light shares while we're range bound in anticipation of a break. But most of the times it's better just to wait for the break because that in and of itself is the event that we're looking for or the event that I'm looking for. So hopefully that makes sense. The only time I'll deviate from that is, for example, let's use ape as the example again here. After I saw this wick put in, and then that's right about the time that we started taking this bounce right here. Notice we have a wick on the SPY. A lot of stocks are going to look exactly like this. But once I saw ape put at the bottom end, this is the only time I'll deviate from a range break play because I'm not really keen on trying to pick bottoms because it's not so easy. But on a big, thick liquid stock like this, once you see that bottom put in and then you see this consolidated action, in the meantime, you look over here and go, well, don't really have a whole lot of room here, right? We bottomed out here, coinciding with this little level right here, which apparently is currently working as, you know, a little bit of support. If you know your bottom, right, and you're there at the right time, and the bottom of this candle was 38, right? And we're getting long right here around, bottom of these candles is 39, which is if you're hitting the offer, you're getting long at 40. And if you're using a stop at the low, you're risking 2 pennies, right? So only when risk is very small will I ever try to pick a bottom. And you better know where your bottom is. And when you trade like I do, it better be small. But a lot of times you can, you can get in there. Like I said, I'm long ape right now. From the 39.5 level. We'll see what the day brings. Worst case scenario, I'm going to lose a penny and a half on the shares that I have. And sometimes it works out quite well. And if it doesn't work, you lose small. Well, Carl, if I'm trying to bottom pick something, then I think you get my gist on this type of stuff. But if I'm just playing a range break, like here's a perfect example. Okay, here's Jamie getting short Wish today. And you can see exactly why I got short right here. Downside action, little period of consolidation, and then we start to break that opening range. So I get short right here around 752. Hey, hey, it's working, and of course Wish is in a precarious spot here. All-time lows just a few days ago, and then a gap up, and then a grind back down. So, also did the reverse split, which not always, but most of the time is the kiss of death. But, thought we might gravitate back down here, but not to be. And a lot of the stocks did this exact same move today, turned and burned. But for example, started getting a little, kind of ran out of steam down here. So I covered half of my position. And then I set the second half for a break even. And of course, I got stopped out. So I made money on the first half, flatted the second half. You can't go wrong using that technique because, you're always gonna, did it work out the way I wanted it to? No, but it was still a profitable trade, just didn't make as much as I would have hoped to. So let's talk about stops on this one, right? I told you how I managed the trade, but when I entered this short right here, right about the 750 level, then what is my risk? Okay, if I'm wrong, where am I going to get out of this thing? And I use the prior 15-minute high from the time of entry. Okay, so here's me getting short in this candle. If I look back 3 5-minute candles, not including the entry candle right here, 5, 10, 15, the high of that candle was my exit. That was 759, and I always go a penny outside. So I was risking a dime on this one. Okay, 750-ish entry, 760 uh, risk. So you can see here, my risk area is right here, this little area right here, and this was my reward area. Notice how my reward area was bigger than my risk area. That's what we always want. We want to make at least a 1-for-1 risk to return. But in this case, we moved from 750 down to, we could just call it 730. So I did get 20 cents of reward. It just turned and burned. Risking a dime, made 20 on the first half. Said, okay, let's stick to our guns and see what happens, and popped out of the second half. So that's the way I'm managing my risk, not including the entry candle. I look at the prior 15-minute high and just the exact opposite on the longs playing the opening range breaks. Right, and whatever the high was in that prior 15 minutes, I make them break it by a penny. That way, sometimes they go up there and amazingly you stay in. A lot of the times these things you almost get stopped out. Another penny would have got you out, and they fold over. So that's just my personal preference. Take it 1 penny outside of the high, 1 penny outside of the low. If it gets you, it gets you. Let's check in on. I passed on this one because I didn't like as Nove was hitting a high right here. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, sorry about that, ladies and gents. So yeah, what I was saying here is I saw Nove breaking highs right here around the 1830 level, right? Um, didn't really like the energy expenditure here, but as you can see, it kept on going. Just didn't take it. So if I would have taken, say, at the high of that candle right there at 1828, prior 15 minutes would have been 1, 2, 3. So risk would have been down to 1811, right? Which wasn't a bad risk at all. 16 cents. Um, just didn't do it. So once again, entry candle here, 5, 10, 15. The low of that candle, 1812. So 1811 would have been the risk. And we can just mark it off right there. And would have presented some nice profit opportunity. Probably a nice 2R, right? 18.27, 18.13, 14 cents, 18.26 up to 18. So yeah, 30-cent move, a little over a 2R move there. If you got out at the top, which every once in a while you will, but most of the time you do not. And we can see, just like some of the shorts rolled over, no extended movement thus far. Of course, it kind of ran out of room over here on the daily. All right, Carl, do I stick with prior candle high even if there is a pivot point higher nearby? Yeah, I don't care about any other indicators there, Carl. It's simply the high or low of the prior 15 minutes. I will pay some credence, if I'm in a position to the 15-minute over here and the 10 period, notice what NOV is doing. It's taking its pullback, but over here on the 15-minute, we got the green line, which is the 10 period moving average. So how many more minutes do we have here? We got about 10 more minutes. We might bleed a little bit through here, but if we close at this price right here, it'd be even more advantageous if we went down and put in a little wick right at that 15-minute mark, or excuse me, that 10 period moving average. That would be a good indicator that the seller might be done. It's looking like 30 minutes of selling after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. After a good 2 hours and 15 minutes of cycling up, not a big shocker to have 30 minutes of pullback here. That we can see we might get that wick. We'll see. So hopefully that makes sense to you. And yes, it would be the exact opposite for going long. So yeah, since I like to get a little bit more granular, I typically watch my 5-minute candle, but we count off 3 here, 1, 2, 3, low 18.12, but it would coincide with what you see right here. If this is the candle right here where we broke out in the 15-minute time frame, prior 15-minute low, 18.14. Oh, yesterday? That, I can't remember if that's the one that did its thing yesterday. Yeah. Nope, I was not in this one yesterday, unfortunately. One of my buddies was though, and interesting little story. A buddy of mine who basically I've kind of known this guy for 20 years, and we both met when we were SOS traders back in the olden times. Um, FRC, I wasn't in it yesterday, but he was short a ton right here. And when it released, he had a trailing stop, and this candle right here jerked him out of it, and then it continued down, right? So he made a nice little pile on that one, but boy, if they hadn't did the rug pull on that little candle right there, he would have gotten the entire move, but still made some good cash in it. But yeah, that one was crazy yesterday. Unfortunately, I was not in that one. And boy, let's see, how many shares did we do yesterday? 193 million shares. And it's already traded 137 million today. But, after the day it had yesterday, it's like BB, right? I rarely trade this stock. But yesterday, this is one that I did get a piece of. Let's see here. Let's just back up, get a little bit more detailed here. Okay, so now here we are looking at yesterday. So DB gave it up nicely yesterday. Was able to get a little piece right here. Stayed in it all day. Got some more right here. And unfortunately was shortable. A lot of the times Deutsche Bank is not, but that one was well behaved. This is typically what you like to see. A nice opening range, a break of that range, a move lower. Of course, we're always going to bounce a little bit, but don't get anywhere near the original entry. Gets weak again, presents another good short opportunity here, and then just finished very weak. So that's what I like to call a well-behaved stock. If they all did that, well, I'd be super, super rich, but they don't all do that. Yeah, Carl, in your comment there, that's not uncommon. Just because we have a product that can show us all kinds of data, well, the methods in which people use it vary widely, right? That's why I like to stick to simple things. Keep it simple. Silly being me. Um, simple is better. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So said Leonardo da Vinci. And you can really apply that to just about all aspects of life, especially trading. So, I miss out on a lot of big moves because the pattern's not conducive, right? If the pattern's conducive, I'll take the trade. Doesn't mean I'm going to win all the time. But over the long term, you know, it keeps me out of hot water, so to speak. And as this happened way at the top of the hour here, SAI. Ah, Boyle setting more lows. And if it keeps going, might have another 16 cents in it. And where's it getting that data from? Next higher low. And that would be, let's see, that'd be 299. So that's what it's looking at right here. Yep, low of 299. So this is the room that Boyle currently has if it continues to the downside. Yeah, so Carl, back to your comment there. I've got my pattern. I've got the type of stocks that I like to trade. Um, and, from a psychological standpoint, we always want action. We're always excited for the open. We want to see, see what this day presents. And sometimes we're just not seeing anything good and we still want to trade. So we make trades that aren't necessarily conducive to the pattern that we're looking for. We break all kinds of rules, right? And most of the time, when we break our rules, things don't work out so well. So I might be in this one still. I might not. You can see here's Jamie. Ooh, look at this nice tight action. It's breaking right here. I'm going to get long a little bit and I log out of my trading software when I do this just so I don't get distracted. But I'm betting I got stopped out of that. I can't remember if I used a 24.99 stop. Once again, these guys are reporting today at the close. Don't have a ton, but to that point, look at the name of this company up here. Essential Properties Real Estate Trust. Now, the word on the street is that all these REITs that have commercial real estate are not in for a good ride, right? And I think the ones that report today are going to give us a little peek into that theory. Allegedly, that's where the next big real estate debacle will come from. Allegedly, it's going to feed into all the banks as well. Now, is that going to happen? Don't know, but looks like we're all about to find out. There were a couple more on my list today too. DB, NTGR, ARI. Another short that started off really well, getting short through here. And notice these wicks here. And this is just a personal preference, right? A lot of the times the old saying, well, the old saying goes, if it wick there, they could easily trade there again. So whether you wait for wicks on opening range breakdowns or breakouts is kind of a personal preference. So I went a little early on this one around the 1650 level. Boom, immediately got a nice move out of it. But this one is classic. You know, you're 30, 40 cents in the money. Boom, right back up to the entry level. Spend some time there, and now we're back down at lows again. Okay. Um, so once again, took some off the table, set my break even stop. Of course, initially the original stop was back up here. But once the trade moves in my direction and I take half off, I'm not going to give back the second half and give back my first lot of profits. I'm going to set to break even. And of course, as fate would have it, break even, turn around for a little bit, and now right back down. But this one got off to a bang and just kind of stopped cold as well, just like a lot of things today. And I've been keeping my eyes on this guy too, because all-time lows, Playboy circling the drain, another high flyer for a little while. I remember when it first broke out of this level. Couldn't kind of believe it. I'm like, Playboy, gonna go to 63 bucks, and now residing at the $1.50-ish level, but circling the drain nonetheless. Could be one of these stocks that, you know, sellers do come back in, it goes sub penny, and then it's kind of game over, which makes me kind of sad because I used to print a lot of coin off of little GSAT, but ever since it went sub $1, not going to touch it. But it was a nice little trading tuna for a while there. Any good commercial REIT? I'm sure there is one. That is true, Circle. Rumors are just rumors, right? Now, if you're in the money big time and there's a rumor, does that mean you're gonna, uh, increase your risk level? Yeah, not really. There you go, Barry. XLRE. Sounds familiar. Let's see where we are here. We're kind of just eyeballing it here, kind of in the middle. Real estate sector. So XLRE not really getting loopy here lately, but would definitely get some nice action if all the rumors, quote unquote, might be true. And just slogging along here on the SPY. And just as I was talking about earlier, got the nice wick close above the 10 period, but now we're getting a little bleedy here. 10 period tapping it down. Got the doji working right now. Will it be there at the close? More than likely not. What time is it? Oh yeah, we got about 10 minutes till the top here. All right, if you've been sitting on a question, go ahead and get it out there. That's what I was wondering, Patrick. If XLRE is just commercial, real estate select sector, 95% of total assets in the securities comprising the index. Real estate companies by the global industry classification. So if they're real estate companies, then are they commercial or residential real estate companies? But a great place to be finding more would just be to click on the competitors tab. Dividend aristocrats, bonds. Well, doesn't seem like these are real estate ETFs. Yeah. Hmm. Nice. I've noticed, when these unusual number of prints get really high like this, I haven't seen many of these today. It's typically the stock getting very tired. Nice little run up on CNTG, and now we're getting these topping signals here. CNTG, that's the only one that's been that high today. Do you recommend the compare count for any strategy you might use? Well, for example, like my strategy in trading the opening range breaks, it's the pattern that is the quote unquote strategy. Now, as I used this in Boyle this morning, it was useful, right? After this first 15-minute period, this was way in the red, way, uh, bearish bias to the tune of 60-ish%. So even though I'm still playing the range break, it gives me confidence that there will be some continuation, right? So you can adapt a compare count window to your favorite alert window and keep tab of bullish versus bearish events if you're looking at the inverses, or you can point it to a specific symbol, right? So this is just more of an enhancement of the strategy, looking at an individual stock, bullish versus bearish events. So as a way to confirm my decision or make me feel a little bit more confident when I'm shorting this range break right here. Okay, the pattern's intact, and I've got very a very bearish count for Boyle. So hopefully, Carl, that makes sense. And I was a little negligent on my race stocks today. Let's just scan through the top 10 here. Anything crazy on Applet. And up move on Wolf. Not necessarily the prettiest thing there. Now FSR. And I heard Barry talking about this one today as well. Nice little entry right there. 556, 5, 10, 15. So you would only had to risk about a quarter on this one. And of course, not getting out at the top, but definitely a nice trade in the FSR. Yeah, looking to wedging up on ILPT hook. Not a bad one. Little 99-cent action up to, that was good for 12% actually on the high. I mean, not exactly something I would trade, but worked nonetheless. And PLX, once again, a little spotty, but very little risk on this one. Yeah, well, to my own detriment that I didn't pay attention to these stocks today. Probably the biggest risk to reward that we've seen thus far.
Good afternoon, Jamie.
Hello, Barry.
So your race, what are you basing your race on? Finding the PLXs and all that. What is your race based on?
This is Andy's top list, Dawn of the Dead.
Okay.
Yeah, so if we
And so what is the change from the open or the like what is the
let's look at the sauce here. And it's just looking for the stocks that have been really beaten down on the longer term.
yeah.
Position in 5-day, 90 percentile. Position in lifetime range has to be in the lower 10%.
Okay. And so you
And
launch the race and then based on what though?
what's the race based on? I got you.
Yeah.
1 minute races, change from the open.
And it is a change from the open. Okay.
Yeah,
1 minute races. Wow. Okay.
yeah, yeah. I
You
like
run
them.
that all day or just in the first 15?
I pay attention. I try to collect, and like I said, I was negligent in collecting these symbols today because I was really excited about the earnings plays, which
Right.
hey, sounded good. Um, so as these things come through, I'll just typically add them. Look at them on the chart, use the chart functionality to send it to my list
Mm-hmm.
of my liked highs and lows, and that way when they pop out, I see them. But I was negligent in that task today, Barry, and missed a
Okay.
few high quality setups.
I'll get the ruler out and slap you on the top of the
hmm
hand.
I was a bad boy.
Bad boy. Dunce cap into the corner.
hmm
Um, Interesting. So you're running 1 minute races. So you're getting many like there could be a stock winning like 100 races in theory
Yeah,
or
but
more.
typically, the first 15 minutes is only going to yield 15 symbols, and a lot of them are going to be duplicates. So a lot of the times you don't even have, a handful of symbols to look at
Okay.
because a lot of them are repeating. Um, but I'm not just jumping in there and taking them. Once that nice little setup there in the, let's see, which one was it? PLX. I mean, that's just beautiful. I mean, low dollar stock, but 255 up to 270. That's not a bad percentage move, and your risk was basically nothing. Well, I say nothing. When can you
Nothing.
risk 3 cents on a trade, Barry? You know, and it doesn't look back. I mean,
Yeah, I'm seeing. Yeah, I see that. I can see that 250 and then be getting in around the 253 to
yeah,
254 mark and letting it run.
yeah,
Yeah, interesting.
yeah. But it was
And it's
all
not a crazy low float, 50 million. So it's not like it's a like 100,000 in the float like some of these crazy ones we've been seeing. So,
exactly.
well, okay, that's it. Well, one to watch tomorrow. I mean, it's breaking out on the weekly and the daily, and who knows? Maybe it has a continuation
Yeah,
tomorrow.
look at that smiley face action. Of
Yeah.
course,
Right.
hey, what if it goes whoop?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is an interesting level. I mean, look at what we have coming up. So yeah, that one will be
Mm-hmm.
on the radar for the morrow for sure.
259 is the VWAP, and
Uh-huh.
well above the SMA now, 200 SMA. So that's not an issue anymore. Hmm.
Yeah, let's see here if we did that and this.
Let me just heart it.
Oh yeah, if we anchored to that high there, then there's the once we got above that anchored VWAP there, it's click, click, click on the weekly. That is though.
Are you, of course, because it's probably not conducive to the way you trade, but are you using the anchor to VWAP at all?
I'm going through and looking at some of the Market Explorer ones
Mm-hmm.
from time to time, and I have made some swing trades in my IRA based on it.
Oh,
I,
okay.
I I need to allocate more time to it just
Excuse
because,
me.
well, been more in the scalping mode and
Right.
focusing on that type of prep work. But yeah, plus it's just I find scalping more enjoyable. But I do need to allocate some time to, you know, identifying more swing trades, so to speak.
Right. Right. Okay. Yeah.
Now,
I
Michael
mean, I'm
keeps
waiting for.
teasing us about the intraday
Well, you know what? He
version.
had it up. He had it up one day for half a
Hmm.
day, and I was all excited. But then you probably read his comment, something about I don't know, blew up the server or something like that. And so so it had to be taken down.
Now,
But it was
what do
up.
you, do
I
you
saw
recall
it.
what it was anchoring to?
Well, it was a 15-minute. Okay, so I mean, what it was anchoring to, no, no. And that's the thing. I mean, we're relying on well, Michael's math abilities, I suppose, to figure out, okay, where are you going to anchor in a 15-minute chart, like where
Right,
intraday, where are you going to do that? That it makes sense. So, I mean, that's really what it boils down to. I'm not sure where to do it exactly. I mean, I can put anchors at the highs and lows of the day, assuming they're not right at the well. I don't want the low of the day if that's the low, if that's the opening candle low, because it'll just be the same as the VWAP. But
right.
it's interesting. Do you take a high like a high volume candle, like the highest volume candle, be it low or high in terms of the price? Do you try to anchor it there? I mean, there's all sorts of ways to do
Right, or
this.
do you go back several days? Is there a 5-day window on the 15, a
Oh,
10-day window, a 3-day
exactly.
window? You know?
Exactly. I'm not sure what he's doing, but I'm sure if we ask him nicely, he'd tell us.
Yeah, because I just pulled PLX up at random here, but you're looking at multiple days here.
Hmm.
So therein lies the question, what are the best spots to anchor to, I don't know. Guess it's
Well,
gonna
for
take some
instance,
trial and error.
well, on the ones he's doing right now, I mean, obviously the IPO, it's obvious because it's just the opening. He can go back to the opening day.
Sure.
But the other ones, how is he finding using math? How is he finding where to anchor? I'm
Yeah.
not. I mean, I sort of look. I see highs, I see lows, and all that. But like how far back do you go? I mean, it's really interesting.
Yeah.
But anyway, we digress.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll get something down in the future.
Yeah. Okay. I will take over the stream. Always a pleasure talking to you Wednesdays, Jamie.
Likewise, my friend.
Okay, so you are free to go.
All right. Good luck the rest of the
Okay.
day, and we'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye bye. And RT, I can get you. Yeah, just give me a moment. Just got to start my music. Okay, Racer. Yeah, Racer 93, 931. I'm seeing it's a late. You posted at 11:21 a long time ago. No, I'll keep the Discord room up. I mean, it's no big deal on my part, so I'll keep it up. All right, guys. Well, it looks like I'm going to get a bounce out of my car short. Well, maybe not. I am short car and I'm trying to hold on. to that VWAP. Um, it just, I got all excited because it actually got down to us into the 70s. I thought, okay, maybe that's it, but I'm just watching it now. It's sort of right at the VWAP. I want to see if that VWAP holds. If it doesn't, I'll have to exit my short. I'm in at 88, 40, 88. So like I'm slightly underwater here. Okay, so it's called Momo on my homepage. It's called Momo. Okay, RT. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. That's all it's called. And so when you go to my homepage, give me a moment. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. So when you go to my homepage, just click on that homepage link that I put in YouTube, and you'll be brought to this page here. Just a minute. This is what you'll see when you first enter. All you have to do then is scroll down a little bit until you see my scans. Click here, and there, Momo. So it's basically this one here. Okay. Oh, okay. Maybe car is going to hold that VWAP. Okay, RT, did you get that? Hopefully you can hear me, see my screen, saw what I was doing. This is just the, okay, don't repeat is not there, okay? You can easily create your own don't repeat though, okay? How well do you know the software? Maybe RT can't hear me. Wow, when I was on my break, I was just as I was talking to Jamie, just as I was getting set to take my break, I was definitely getting interested in reshorting this ENPH because it was breaking down through the VWAP. But I took my break. You can see exactly what happened right there. Took out the VWAP and started moving down. I do not have the repeat, no. But if you know the software well enough, all you have, it's easy to create it. Okay. I don't, a lot of people don't care about having the don't repeat. But all you have to do is this. Okay. Right click. Well, this is what I'll do first. Just want to get it into a free floating window. Okay, so here's the momentum. Okay, momentum up, free floating window. Now you duplicate it, right click and duplicate it. The reason you duplicate it is because you still want, if you still want this one. I mean, if you don't want it, then you don't have to duplicate it. You can just turn it into the don't repeat. But I like to run them side by side. Okay, so now that I've got it duplicated, then I just take one, take it and right click and go to properties, click on the don't repeat. Now you have then click on the don't repeat symbol for. Now this is a nice drop down menu. You can don't repeat for a minute, 5, 15, 30 minutes, an hour, or for the day. And that's what I like. It doesn't have to be what you like, but that's what I like. And so once I do that, now it's for the day. And then I just give it another name. And that's why I have the DR in front. So I know it's the don't repeat version. So I just right click, configure and summary, and then just put the DR in front or whatever you want. So I just know that it's pretty obvious that it's a don't repeat because you only see the symbol one time, or you see it over and over here. No, but somebody else asked. RT. I'm sorry, RT asked. So I thought I'd answer. So that's how you do it. And when you say, is it by choice? I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, I do it because I want it. I like it. So I guess I have to, I say, yes, it's by choice. I do that just so I can go back and say, this one, unfortunately, just not getting too many alerts. I'm surprised not too many alerts on either the breakout or the breakdown, but it's just allows me to go back in time. Well, I have them both, Carl. I mean, that's why I've got them both. So this is the repeating version. So for instance, there's FRC. The alert happened at the first time it was alerted was at 9:33 Eastern. The price was 673. So I can go back. Interesting. I thought it. Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. Just give me a moment. Yeah, that's what happened. Okay. I don't want to call it a flaw in how I've constructed this, but so what happened is here's FRC. Okay, so there was the alert at 673 at 9:33. All the filter values were met here. Configure. This is the big one. The current volume has to be at least 8, so it's trading 8 times normal at that time of day. And everything else. But that is what prevents many alerts from happening, which is what I want. So what would have happened, but you notice that the relative volume now for FRC, let me just get FRC up. See how it's dropped is not 8 anymore, it's way below 8. So what happened is we got the alert at 9:33, and as it was moving down, you can see, the alert was at 673. That was the price, and it kept moving down 650. But obviously, at that point, right at that point, the relative volume must have dropped below 8. So I'm not getting all the, I'm not seeing the fact that it actually kept moving down, 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 all the way down to 474. Okay, it doesn't happen often like that. Normally, something that is, has a high relative volume, it will probably maintain that minimum most of the day. So what I could do is, put the relative volume here only at 4 or something, but I'm not going to. It doesn't happen very often, but hopefully that makes sense because I couldn't figure out, well, why did it stop at 940? Because I know it kept moving down, down, down. So this just sort of reinforces, this sort of nags at you. Hey, don't forget about me. I'm making new high here, new high here. There's CNTG. Where was the alert? 178. But that's a personal thing. That's I like doing that. Yes. I don't know if RT. I don't know if you RT if you heard any of that. And I actually made a change to my momentum. I increased some of the values because I was getting too many. But so this is it. I mean, still a lot. It's a pretty big list, but this is it in terms of the number of symbols that have showed up in the momentum scan today. That's it. And you can see that a lot of them happen, rapid 9:30, 9:30, 9:31, 9:31, 9. And then, after about the first 15 minutes, you generally don't get a new one. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, we're getting new ones here, but that's when I really like it because sometimes you'll get something in the afternoon that hasn't showed up. You'll know it's new because you'll see the time, and that's the first time it would have been alerted. So all of a sudden, that's where this scan is pretty cool because something coming out of nowhere that wasn't really doing anything all day, all of a sudden in the afternoon, you see something here and you say, wow, okay, let's take a look. Well, let's see if my patience is going to pay off in this CARR. I got right into the VWAP. Come on, just give me a moment. We got right into the VWAP. Didn't, and that's what I was looking at, but it did not take it out. That was basically where my stop was, and I'm in at 4088, and we'll just see if it can start to move down below the 200-day moving average, of course. So earnings playing. But again, because of that float, 830 million in the float, I was not anticipating a major move, but we're warming up to these more expensive ones. It used to be a time where I wouldn't trade anything under $20, and that's a few years ago. But in earnings season, you get some of these more expensive ones, like an ENPH, which will just, I mean, they'll go one way or the other in a nice trend. And boy, you don't have to take too many shares. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video now. It's what time is it? 1:16. So I'll do my quick video. 1:17. So shouldn't take me long. Just give me a moment. Okay, back around 1:27 Eastern time. So I'll mute myself now. All right, guys, I'm back, and hey, guess what? Car is starting to work a little bit for me. So my call it my fantasy area would have been down here, about the 44.49, which is the low of that 15-minute candle. So I don't know if Real took this one. I know he was talking about it earlier, but and this was just a straight VWAP play, guys, really. VWAP play in combination. I think that the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA are all in that same area also. For a moment. Okay. Okay, so I am going to try to answer for Real. I don't know if he's still around by the dip. I think he looks at earnings plays exactly the way I do. We're not talking about earnings beat. We're not talking about anticipation of earnings. It's just a pure earnings play. So in other words, if they released earnings after hours yesterday, okay, like Car did. You see, Car released earnings after hours yesterday. That's at Mauve area. April 25th post market, or if a company releases, like I think Microsoft released, no, I don't know, Microsoft released after hours also, but a company that releases before the market opens, those are earnings plays. Okay. Now, if something has dramatically happened because it's an earnings play, yeah, I think it's interesting to take a look. Was it a beat? Was it more importantly though, guidance? Okay, where are they guiding? So you could have a tremendous, remember now, it's always looking back. You could have a tremendous last quarter, but if you come out and say, we don't think next quarter is going to be quite as good, so even though that's the problem, I think with a lot of people, they just look at a headline and they see earnings per share, big beat, revenue, big beat, and that's all they see, but they're not looking at the guidance. So when a stock has, if you see big beat and revenue beat and all that, and the stock has moved but it's lost a lot in the pre-market, more than likely it's to do with guidance. But the earnings play, but anticipation, I don't think we look at. I know I don't. I don't look at anticipation at all. I don't. So in other words, if a company has earnings after hours today or tomorrow, doesn't make any difference to me. I'll wait for earnings to come out and then try to figure out a way to trade it. And of course, earnings move stocks. Of course, you'll get some stocks that don't do anything for 3 months, and then they have their day of earnings, and you might get a couple of days, 2 or 3 days of some big action, and then they lie dormant for another 3 months. All right, Mr. Carr, come on down to this level right down here. You make me very happy. Okay, guys. Let's see. Anything else interesting happening? Don't see anything. So the last new alert we had in the momentum scan was at 11:59. No, I don't. I have, no, I don't listen to any phone calls. Nothing. If I can't see it in the headline, no, I don't have time. I mean, I'm doing all this in the pre-market. I have no time. I'm not a long-term trader, so I'm not looking, what they're telling me because most of the stuff that they're going to talk about is, more for longer term. I just want to. I'm in the here and now. I mean, if I were a swing trader, sure, maybe I'd pay a little more attention. But remember, they can flower things up. Doesn't mean just because they say, and we expect this to happen, doesn't mean it's going to happen. But there's absolutely no time, to do something like that when you're an active intraday trader, especially when you're in earning season. And we're smack dab in it. 600 companies releasing this week. How many next week? Yeah, so next week we have 800 companies next week. This week we've had about 700. So, and again, I don't care about the Microsofts and all that. I mean, I know a lot of people say, well, yeah, but the S&P is 35% this week or 40% of the companies, and that's great. I'm more interested in the what I'll call the second and third and even fourth tier companies releasing earnings, ones that you don't hear too much about, but every 3 months they've got to do it, and you can get some really interesting fireworks on those sort of companies. Well, I use IBs. First of all, I mean, I'm alerted to the fact that it's an earnings play using our earnings date. Okay. So just give me a moment. Okay. So I know when it's an earnings play. I have an earnings date column. So I sort on it, do a double left click, and then I can go down, scroll down. So anytime I see 0.25, here are all the 0.25s, look at all these earnings plays or minus 0.25. I know that those are earnings plays. Okay. And I do the same thing. These are the ones, these are the positive ones, call them. And then if I click on the earnings date column on the ones that are moving down, again, I can see all of the earnings plays. 0.25 means they released pre-market, minus 0.25 means they released after hours. So, I mean, I don't dive so into it. I'm not looking, I, In fact, I don't really check to see whether or not the market is telling me, really, the market's telling me that something's wrong or something's really good. I don't really have to, dive into guidance or anything like that. The market's telling me. The interesting thing though is always when somebody says, but they beat expectations, and I say, great, what was their guidance? Not that I know, but you can almost guarantee, and somebody even said that, ENPH said, we're not looking forward to a great next quarter. Didn't really have to know that just to see the reaction. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm just waiting on this carrier to see if it can give me just a little bit more. So I can just tell. I mean, the momentum up. Of course, the market is well. The NAS is still up. Dow is down. But the last alert that we had, even in the momentum up, now that would mean that a stock would have to make a new high for the day. It would be here somewhere, and then it would have to be making a new high for the day. Last one was 109. We're at 137 right now, so almost 30 minutes has gone by. You know, 30 minutes has gone by before we've had anything in the momentum scanner, any stock making a new high for the day. Well, by the dip, I mean it's this is what I did for ENPH, whether it was the right thing or the wrong thing, everything like I look at I don't have like a hard and set rule, but with the ENPH, let's take a look at it on a big 15-minute chart and realizing, that Real had mentioned it as a potential fantasy area down to 153, which is, all you do. I mean, I know what he did. He just looked at the weekly chart, and that's where we saw a nice low down there. But if I look at a 15-minute chart for this one, and if you're in the room, you heard me say this. This was moving down, just sort of basing, and then the market opened. I said, "Ooh, we've got a pop in ENPH." Okay, we got a pop, and so that gives you a little bit of a pause. Remember, this is a 15-minute chart, but if you were looking at a one or two, you'd see some nice big green candles here. Right, go car, go. So that little pop, but short-lived, pulled back. And so when I said, okay, just take this thing below the low of these two candles, those two 15-minute candles, the one at 9 o'clock, the one at 9:15. Okay. And that's basically where I took it. I said, okay. And if it had gone back up to about 180, I'm out of the trade. Okay. So that's how I planned that trade. I had my stop, but a $3 stop. And yeah, I mean, obviously it worked out really well. But every I'm going to analyze each trade unto its own. Wow, this car is turning into a nice one now. Does the market chop lower during earnings season generally? No, I wouldn't say that. So Lamba, we've been in a choppy market. I don't know, for several months now. I would say this about today's choppy market, though. All I ask for is something like this. We had one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, almost an hour and 45 minutes in one direction. Okay. Now we're getting the other direction. That's okay. If you're an intraday trader, give me an hour in the same direction, and I can find a way usually to trade things. Okay. It's just that when you get one 15-minute candle up, one down, one up, move down, up, that sort of chop is what I'm talking about. Well, Stuart, send him to the room. Or, yeah, but it happens. I mean, somebody in our YouTube room is saying, I have a newbie friend trader who just can't believe when a company beats an earning estimate or some other specific news, the stock price then does the reverse. He calls it market manipulation. Now, here's another thing. I mean, if the stock had been going higher and higher and higher ahead of earnings, that there is, of course, by buy the rumor, sell the news. Okay, there is that aspect also, some profit taking. But it, as I said before, it can be really all about the guidance. I mean, if I were to tell you, hey guys, I had a great last quarter, I beat revenue, uh, all the estimates, but I think I'm only going to do about half of what I did last quarter. Why would you buy my stock? Okay, it's all about future expectations. And if you're telling me that we don't expect to do as well next quarter, why am I going to buy your stock then? You can usually tell that. I mean, if something crashes like this one, you don't really have to analyze the earnings. It doesn't matter what they say. The market is telling you. By law, no. So in fact, some companies refuse to give guidance, but that when you refuse to give guidance, that's not usually good news, right? I mean, if it's good news, you'd always want to give, if it's positive guidance. But I don't think by law they have to. But if you don't, it's going to be taken that, I guess bad things are coming. I mean, there's very few companies that are not going to want to give you some good news about guidance. You should read some by the dip. Just read some of the earnings releases. Get a feel. I mean, but read some. I mean, you don't have to go into it in any great depth. You don't have to read all their financial statements and all, but usually they encapsulate it in a way that you can kind of understand. Okay, this is what they did last quarter: earnings, revenue. They might talk about what they expect, what sort of growth they expect. Sometimes they talk about, depending on the type of company, we've got a backlog of orders. There's all sorts of things. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I'm sure you've heard the phrase, or maybe you haven't, you can't put lipstick on a pig. And understand that, I mean, even if it's a bad earning, they'll try to flower it up a bit, okay? Try to mitigate the disaster that could possibly be happening. I have no idea what ENPH said. I have no idea, but I mean, it's the job of them, if they're using a PR firm. I mean, that's their job to try to paint as pretty a picture as they possibly can, even if it's, everything looks so negative. Well, Stuart, if you're willing to pay a little bit more for a platform, you can always go to Centerpoint. Talking to Stuart in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, Ivy will probably not have a lot of shorts of these low floaters. There's no question. Many times that's an excellent thing, though. Okay. But if you're looking for Centerpoint, typically, I think Cobra and maybe to a certain extent Trade Zero. ETAO. So that was early. Let's take a look at what it's doing now. ETAO. I don't know if this was looks like it could have been an IPO, or is this a name change? Symbol name change. That was back in February, the week of February 20th. Started trading as ETAO. Why do I think that this was some kind of a symbol name change? I may be completely wrong. It might be an IPO, cheap IPO, but thing is though, look at the float, 100 million in the float. Typically those cheap IPOs do not have that sort of a float, right? But it was a SPAC for sure. Yeah, you can almost tell because position and lifetime range. But if it was a SPAC, typically those SPACs usually come out around 10. But anyway, now, are there shares available to short for AI? All right, so there are some shares available at Interactive Brokers. I mean, this is such a key area, guys. Look at AI right now. There's the 200-day moving average, 1734. So it's a little bit above that. But look, the last 3 days, it's touched the 200-day moving average, has not yet broken through it. You can kind of see if it does. So I'm going to stick an alert, and that's probably not going to happen today. But wow, look at Carrier. Yeah. Well, I suppose it all depends what you're trading, Luis. I'm not finding the market that slow, but it all depends what you're trading. I mean, I don't know what the SPY volume is. Look at this. I mean, now we're into this, I don't want to, well, chop. I mean, we had the nice run for about an hour and a half, and now we're just reversing it all. I mean, the SPY relative volume, it's about normal, I guess, right now. That of course is looking at the last 10 days. It's not like the days back here and back in March when it was 150 million shares, but I'm not finding it that slow, but it all depends what you're looking at, I guess. Because most of these type of stocks, not that I've traded any of these stocks today, they don't care what the market's doing. They're trading basically on their own. And you'll see some, I mean, look at INAV. I mean, 23 times normal, 27 million, 8 million in the float. So I'm not saying it's a great trade. It's certainly not slow, these ones anyway. Where the heck is Real? Are you around, Real? Tell me you took the car short, or do I do what you do to me all the time? Wish you were aboard, or whatever you tell it. What is the Discord? Discord? Sure, I'll give it to you. This should work, Bruce. Let me just confirm that. Okay, just want to confirm that. There's the invite. Okay, we have a different one now. Okay, let's see a different. So here, I don't know if that worked, but this definitely will work. I'll have to change it now. It's certainly not active, okay? But if you just want to hear me and see the screen, then it's fine. And there's no delay. There you go. Thank you, Captain. There's always somebody who can dig up that info. So it used to be MCAE and then it turned into ETAO. Well, we're getting close to my, as I called it, my fantasy level, which was just underneath 40.50 for the car. So this is a good representation of risk reward. I'm in at 40.88. My stop was basically at that VWAP, which it didn't quite get there. So it's about an 8-cent stop. And it's moved 35 cents for me and now even more. So we're talking about a one for, well, and getting better. Maybe now even a 1 for 5 risk reward. Um, what does he use? What scans does Real use? I think he has probably an offshoot of my 10-day daily breakdown. I don't think he probably has as tough a. I don't think he uses the filter that I do in terms of the relative volume. So I think he gets more. He might even have a 20-day daily breakdown. So you could take this and turn it into a 20. So he might have both of them, but I don't think he uses a high relative volume as I do. But I think that's what I think he concentrates on that. Because many times, of course, when we're in earnings season, you'll see a stock, yeah, it'll break out above or below the 20-day high. You just have to look at the or the 10-day. I mean, obviously, I mean, this one obviously would fit the bill for both of them. I mean, just go back, 20 to go back 30 days, go back months. You got in? Okay, great. Was it the second one, Bruce, that you used? The second link? Probably, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it changes every, I don't know, couple of weeks. But I guess if you save that link, I guess that's your link forever. All right, I had an alert set for ATVI. Ah, this is interesting now too. Next low looking left is 75.70. May not be enough room for me because it all depends where can I put my stop. I mean the beautiful thing about the car was that it was a pretty tight stop. So, if I put my stop at the VWAP 77.83, that's just too far away because remember, when I get into a trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. So if I'm risking a dollar, so if my stop is a dollar away, I have to be able to look at the chart and see that I could have a reasonable expectation of making $2 on the trade. All about the risk reward. So my problem with it is if I look over here, 75.60. So it's less than a dollar away from that low, where it could stall. So if I put my stop, unless my stop was 50 cents away, which is for me too tight for something like this, I can't take the trade. Doesn't mean it's not going to keep going down, but that's just the way I trade. All right. Well, I've taken some off at the 40-50 mark for car, just in case that might be it. I mean, that got down to basically as good as I thought it could possibly get. You can see that low of that candle right there was 40.48, and the low there is 40.44. That is what I was looking at, thinking could it get down there? And of course it did, and a little bit more. But now it's having a little bounce, so basically be out. Yeah, so you're getting a little too political. I know where you're going. If you want to go to another forum, you can certainly talk all about that stuff. But this is a stock trading room, okay? Okay. Just because we just don't want, lots of freight emotions out there in your country. So it's just, I find it just a lot better just to steer clear from anything like that, okay? CRKN, sorry, Lambo. Let's take a look at CRKN. Now, understand, this is, you know, you have to have a plan. I know Michael says all the time. Well, okay, see, I don't look at these, anything under a dollar like this, I just don't, I have no feel for whatsoever. So sorry. All I can say is the 200 day, the VWAP is at 20. So it's still underneath the VWAP, but it's been, big topping tails, big sell off, lots of volume. I get it. 234 million and only 10 million in the float. So, I mean, it was a tremendous move, but I have no feel for these things at all. You have to take so many shares in order to, make any money. And I just don't want to do that. Okay. But the other thing, again, it's underneath the VWAP. So I mean, if I looked at this just and it wasn't a penny stock like this, I'd be looking at that VWAP and thinking, well, that could stall it easily. So to me, you'd want to wait for it to break above. But this to me is a very ugly looking pattern. Topping tails, bottoming tails, indecision, so it's just the type of thing I personally just steer clear of. But don't let me influence you. It's obviously a bit of a story stock today, if you will. Boy, this ENPH, shoot, there's another one. Okay. I mean, this VWAP stuff is pretty interesting, guys. I mean, there was a break right there at 170, right there. And, it's up and straight down, but more or less. Okay, guys, so I'm totally out of the car now. And now, yeah, I mean, I may just, unless we get something in here, this momentum up, some new stock showing up, which could easily happen out of nowhere. Like that's what I'd be watching for. But the last new stock was at 1150, excuse me, 1159. Now, I guess Lunar did make a new high. Okay, so Lunar did make a new high. I can see right there at 2 o'clock Eastern time, of course, at 10:20. So Lunar did have a bit of a move. Lunar meaning LUNR, but it's up to 10 and then down to 965. So I mean, these are very, you cannot take too many shares because you're going to have a wide enough stop. Otherwise, you just get stopped out constantly of these sort of stocks. So, and then if you take a wide stop, then you have to look, okay, where could it go that it makes sense on a risk reward basis? All right, guys, you know what? It is now 2:05, and I think what I'll do, I like to do this at least once a week, okay? Just go over a little bit of money management, now that it's a little bit slow, explain some things to perhaps new people or to reinforce things and why money management is so critical. So let me take a trade, get into the simulator. Okay, well, I'll do this because, I don't expect huge movement out of this one, okay? 2.3 billion in the float. Let's just say though, I thought, okay, I want to take this trade right now, Vodafone, VOD. And again, the way I trade is I'll have a checklist. Everything has to be checked before I'll take the trade. Most of the things that are already checked based on my scans. In other words, I'm not going to see something out of the price range I want, minimum volume, things like that. It doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? You have to develop your own style. And so, but because I might say, well, I don't want to see stocks under 30. You might go, well, that's not what I want. I want stocks, all the way up to 100. Fine. But so let's just say, okay, everything can be checked, and I decide to take this trade because, again, I'm going to use Vodafone just because it's got so much in the float. I don't anticipate a big move. But let's just say again, I take the trade, and when I look left, I can see that there could be enough room for it to keep moving for at least a 1 for 2. Okay, so let me take the Vodafone. Where is it? Uh, Doing it again. Oh, having got to get simulated. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna have to load this again. Sorry. Yeah, it happens every now and then. Somehow it loses the focus because what's supposed to happen is now when I click on an alert, there we go, the symbol shows up. So there it is in the box. I will take 500 shares, okay? And I'm doing this, I want to make the math simple. I'm gonna take 500 shares. I'm gonna go in at the market. I mean, it's a 1 cent spread, so that's fine. Click the buy button and send it. So now I'm in this trade, VOD. I'm in the trade. The entry was 1169. I will put a stop at 1149, 149, and I'll explain why I'm doing that. When I add this stop, you'll see approximately minus one. Wow, that was quick. Minus 100 on the chart, approximately. It says minus 97.50. Okay. So what that means is if this stock goes down to 1149, I'll get stopped out for a $97 loss. Okay. That's what that means. So how now, if you're new to trading, because if you agree, because when I get into a trade, I mean they're not all going to work. So I'll always have a spot where I'm going to get out of the trade and just move on. I don't hope and pray is not a good trading plan. Okay, so they're not all going to work, but as long as you have a manageable loss. And so what I like to demonstrate in the simulator is risking $100 a trade. Hopefully it makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate $100, $100 risk per trade. So that's why I took 500 shares. Because if you notice, the stop was 20 cents away. Entry was 1169. The stop is 1149, 20 cents away. I did that on purpose. Okay. Now that's the challenge. You start out new. Well, the way I like to put stops is I'll take a look at the chart, and maybe I'll look at a 15-minute chart, maybe a 5-minute chart, size up where I think there could be some support. If it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. Maybe it's a moving average, or maybe the VWAP of some sort, even though I know that moves, but If I were new to trading though, and I would practice, you can use our simulator. Maybe put your stop maybe at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay, practice it. Just see how that works. Why? Because the low of the 5-minute candle, that is a known number. Okay, there's no guesswork. You're not kind of sizing up a chart thinking, well, maybe there's support there, maybe there isn't. Okay, so try it. Practice doing that. So once you've got your stop in place, now this is going to share size you. Somebody asked me before, how do I share size? Because I typically risk the same amount every trade. I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. I try to keep my risk amount just about the same every single trade. But the number of shares I take will always vary because it's based on the difference between my entry and my stop. Again, because this is 20 cents, if I multiply 500 shares times 20 cents, you get $100 if I lost out on the trade. So you can have an Excel spreadsheet with your fixed amount that you're going to risk per trade and just input your entry and your stop, and that'll automatically calculate how many shares you should take. I wouldn't get hung up on, wow, it says 110 or, the prices moved a penny or two. I mean, look, if it's a fast moving stock, I mean, obviously, it's going to throw it in a little bit of disarray. But maybe if you're starting out, you probably shouldn't be in these stocks that move so quickly. But let's just say anyway, we put it in and it tells you how many shares, you take that number of shares. Okay. So obviously, if my stop was 10 cents away instead of 20 cents away, I could have taken 1,000 shares. 1,000 times 10 cents, if I lose, is $100. Okay. So hopefully that all kind of makes sense. And then the next step is to obey your stop. Sometimes it's really, really hard to obey your stop. You get into a trade and you're in this trading room and we're all talking about it. It looks really good. It meets your trading style and plan. Maybe even has news. News is not a reason that I take a trade. It could be to me, it's perhaps a bonus, but it's not, I don't have to check, does it have news? No. But guess what? It still doesn't work. And you start to see the Vodafone, it starts drifting down to your stop area. And that is where the demons come in because you can really start talking yourself out of obeying your stop because you just refuse to believe the trade's not going to work. And so it comes to your stop and you start thinking, well, you know what? I know it's the low of the 5-minute candle. Maybe it should have been the low of the 10-minute candle, because I know this is coming back. And so now your $100 loss turns into two, three, four, $500 before you finally give up and you sell and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. And you know it's coming. That's bad enough. Almost as bad though is not obeying your stop. You're down three, $400, and then it does turn around, and now you're up three, $400, and you basically congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. But my experience, when I had no idea what stops were or anything like that, you can get lucky every now and then. Okay, you definitely can. But in my experience, managing your account is absolutely critical to sticking around if that's what you want to do. And that's it, guys. I like to do that at least once a week. Take about 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, just to go over that stuff. So again, this is just a demonstration. Okay, that was just a demonstration. Now, practicing in the simulator is really simple. All you need to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, unfortunately, the simulator Brokerage Plus is not available. But assuming you do have, you're using our downloadable. Well, look at this market. you're using our downloadable application, then then you load Brokerage Plus, click on New from our toolbar, click on Brokerage Plus. This window will show up. This is what you would see. Now, somebody said yesterday, they didn't understand, they couldn't take a trade, and it was because it looked like this to them. Okay? So if you don't see the send button over here, that's just because you just have to grab the right-hand corner and stretch it out until you see the send button, okay? That's what was happening. So when you load Brokerage Plus, it'll say not connected right beside the ask. It'll say not connected. Again, if you can't see that, just grab the right-hand corner and stretch it out. So it'll say not connected. Then you click on the SIM underneath Brokerage Plus, two options, live and SIM. And now that'll change to account. Click on that, and then it'll change to simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. Okay. And if you don't exit a trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. You can practice swing trading if that's what you want to do in our simulator. So this is something, GME. You guys kind of know my feelings about GME. So I took this. I don't remember when, but it was back whenever it was 22.94. Have to add a column here. We have too many columns. Too many options. Just give me a moment. Sorry, I didn't do it. There we go. Okay. Want to add the total P&L. Okay, so that's like $2,000 now on that GME short. A moment, just got to size this a little bit. There we go. And I took this one a few days ago, the IDYA. This was the day I think it did its financing. And just keeping it in here, all sorts of crazy price targets put on it. All right, TO just showed up. Well, just showed up at 206. I didn't see it. We've seen this one, the Tingo Group, all-time high. Now, it's suspect here because, an all-time high at 216. So I don't know what the story with this one is. Somebody will have to dig that up. Also, started trading as Tingo here, but it's hard to believe it started trading at 90 cents. So but it does say position and lifetime range is 100%. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of this one. And it's a big float, 114 million in the float. So see if I can find in our news. Regains compliance on the 13th. So this was must have been was that a pink sheet stock then before? Thank you, Casa. So this was MICT before. I wish, that really shouldn't say 100% then. Well, Microsoft is still hanging in there though, Shady. it is still kind of not kind of, it is hanging in there. That was the big one, of course, after hours. And, I mean, the high was what, 301. So, it's still kind of hanging in. However, look at that VWAP, 296.23. So it's still holding on to the VWAP. It gives up the VWAP. Look out. But this market is really selling off after that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hour and 45 minutes basically up. And now we're in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2 hours and 15 minutes down. I don't mind this. I mean, it gives us, at least it gives you a direction for, an hour. So you can kind of, go, I mean, if you, this right here, this probably gives a really good looking bounce trades. And now this one would be, probably some really good topping plays. No, well, I see the SPY, of course, shady. But I was thinking of the individual names. I don't know what other tech names. I know Google had earnings also. Yeah, I mean, Google's flat. All right, guys. Yeah, this is well, a challenge. What was the low down here? 404. So it's right there again. What I'm going to do, I'm going to load. I haven't loaded this one for a long time. My basic new highs and lows, just as I want to see what's happening. Whoops. There we go. Ah, that's right. I had this organized in a slightly different way. Moment here, guys. I just want to show you something because this is another way of organizing your alerts. Okay. So let's just say you want to see the stock every time it makes a new high. Okay. So again, this over here in the don't repeat, this is just telling you the very first time we had an alert for the stock. And this, of course, is telling you over and over and over again, it's making a new high. But what if all you wanted to see was just when it made a new high, not necessarily each individual time it made a new high, but you do want to see it when it made a new high. And there's a way to do that. Let me see. So for instance, if lunar, and you can see the time was 2:08. Well, that's quite a while ago now. Let's see if, but if lunar made a new high, what's the price right now? 1021. If lunar made a new high, they got up to 1022, you would see it. You just wouldn't see this one. Okay, it would replace this with lunar at the new high. In other words, so the price would change, but so you wouldn't see lunar. I wouldn't see lunar over and over again like you see it here, if that makes sense. Anybody interested in something like that? If not, I'll just pass. But it's just another way of organizing your alerts. So in this case, you would just see a list like this here, but you would see it every time it made a new high. All right, guys. So there's the CT. So this is what I'm talking about. This is a brand new one, 1102. The price 227. It just showed up and it's starting to move. Saw this one earlier, but it's in something else, another scan. But oh, that was in the 20-day range break here. All right. One lone soul wants to see it. Okay, Stan, just for you. Okay. So you right click, properties, view mode. Okay. It's all about the view mode. So this is the typical way. New is first. That's why you see the newest ones, like the last alert, you'll see in the top over and over again. But if you use group and sort by, and then symbol option, keep the newest on top, and then you sort by time. Okay, this is a drop down. Okay, so you sort by time and then descending. And in that way, you'll see the stock every time it makes a new high, but just not over and over in the list as it makes a new high. So it's the group and sort by. So right click, properties, view mode, everything keeps popping out, group and sort by, and keep newest, time, descending. I used to use something like that all the time, and I'm not sure why I got away from it, but okay, you got it. And that you can do that with any alert window. So I could do that right here. You know, if I went to sorry, properties and view mode, instead of newest, group and sort by, keep newest, time, not symbol. Okay. So there's my symbol option. That takes care of the symbol. If I did it like that, then I wouldn't see CTKB over and over. I would just see it the one time, but every time it did make a new high. So it becomes less cluttered. I call this is the nagging version. Don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. Especially if you have a sound alert on it, it keeps telling you, don't forget about me. Okay. Now in this one, I have I've also I don't really use the count alerts anymore. This means the count 45 has to be making 45 new highs or 45 new lows before you see the stock. I think I'll just drop this down to 10. Just want to get a few more alerts in here and see what happens. But I'm sharing this. This is the one I'm sharing, in my on my homepage called Basic New Highs and Lows. VRTX, FDA approval for Trikafta. Okay. Ooh, real expensive one, but I guess is that what caused that run? Something caused it to move down at the beginning. All right, guys. Well, let's see. 2:33, so I'll be putting myself on mute probably about 20 minutes. I'll hang around till about 3:20. So just one last time. My homepage and the information you'll find there. Where do I see the next high? Well, you know what I'm going to do, Blaine. Well, there's the next high right there. 253 was yesterday. So that is the next high. Now, are you asking me where do I think it's going as the next? I have no idea, obviously, but yesterday it did get up to 253. But look at this. I mean, yes, the trend is kind of up, but look how choppy it is on a 15-minute chart. Look at this topping tails and bottoming tails. It's a tough one. That was a really tough trader yesterday. And it's earnings tomorrow, pre-market. Not that that matters. All right, click on my link, my homepage link, and you will see. What will you see? There you go. All right, so you'll see the top here and just scroll down and you can see here's how you can take out a subscription using my promo code. Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, starts off with your download and install, your first login, etc. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, free course for you. I do a stock of the day video and you can sign up for it here. Already done it. Free, of course. Trade of the week is free. It will be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here, and here are my scans. Okay, pre-market actives up and down. The Hulse resumes. I just showed you the basic new highs and lows. These are the two. These are the break. So these are the ones you don't see. It's on my. These are on my other. These ones, the breakout and breakdown on my other monitor. This is the race that you do see, the large cap race right here. Okay, so you can take a look at these. Something you might take a look. Oh, gap continuation or reverse. Let's see what that one is all about. Okay, so if you do take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my homepage and then you click on that Barry 15. And of course, if you save my link, my homepage link, you'll have access to my scans and the education section at all times. We have a halt. Our favorite stock, FRC, halted again on the way down. So no shares ever became available at Interactive Brokers for FRC. Yesterday, at one point, there were a couple 100,000, but we got a lot of greedy people at IB and are not getting up their shorts yet. Meanwhile, take a look at AI. I don't think it's broken through. No, it still hasn't broken through, but I mentioned this before. I would put a price alert right around 1720 for AI because look at that flat 200-day moving average. And you can see well, today it got down there, the day before it got down there, the day before it got down there in the area. If it ever breaks it, then the next low looking left is 16, and then we're talking way down here. And there are a bunch of brokerages. I think this is a bit of a crock, delicately put. So again, good time to ask questions if you have any. I'm not. I am not. I mean, the only one that's intriguing to me is the AI. Okay, it's broke down through the VWAP, 1782. Yeah, no, I'm not going to buy their puts. What happens if they declare bankruptcy at the end of today? But I, well, I can give you my, but how I use it, you have to understand, these are like, okay, I have a question from our YouTube room. If we purchase your scanning system, could you set it up exactly how you have your scanning system set up and then instruct us on how to use it? You have to have some trading experience, okay? These are ideas, okay? These, like up here, these are ideas. It doesn't mean because I get an alert, I'm going to take the trade. But you can have virtually everything that you see, the single stock window, the Halls resumes, the momentum up, this race. Um, you could have, well, you could load brokers plus yourself. The charts, that's up to you. I mean, you may not want the same time frames, okay? But exactly how to use it. I mean, how I use it, I click on the alert, I check to see what's happening. Is this, and then I make up my mind if I want to take the trade. So, well, that's how I use it. That's how I use it. Okay. I click on the alert, check to see if I see something that makes sense to me, then I can take the trade. But what might make sense to you or to me is not necessarily the same as for you. But you can have everything that you see here basically. And the other ones, I've got some others on my other monitor. I think, you know what? I think this was the surprise of the day, Pac W. The surprise of the day, meaning I'm sure most people thought, wow, they're coming up with earnings after hours. It's going to be a disaster. And no, I mean, I didn't read the report. It doesn't really matter what it said. Well, obviously it matters what it said, but this is the market reaction. So I look at this now, it is breaking down through the view app a little bit here. But I look at this and thinking, okay, obviously it wasn't as bad as people thought it would be. Well, I can set it up. Well, you don't have the program. That's why it's hard to set. I mean, all you do is you just load, watch. So let's just say you took the program and you want some of my scans. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, okay? So let's go to the scans. So let's just say for argument's sake, you wanted the pre-market actives up. You want this is what you want to look at in the pre-market. Okay, so you click on pre-market actives up. You'll see it shows up in a new tab. I left click on it so it gets highlighted. Control copy, so control C it so it's copied. And then I just load from the cloud. File, load from cloud. And you can see it's right there. If you can see my screen, there it is. I move over, it's the same string. It's right there. Then you load it. Okay, so now it's on your desktop. Okay, then you go to another one. Okay, if you want you just basically keep doing it to the ones that you want. Okay, the same thing. You want my actives down, you click on the tab, you copy it, load from cloud. Then it'll appear on your screen. You want the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, click on the tab. And so you'll see these windows appear on your screen. Then, I don't know how many monitors you've got, but just give me a moment. Then you just arrange them on your screen as you want them. Maybe add some charts. Okay, and then the next step is when you've got your layout exactly how you want it, then you just file You don't have the program, but I mean, this is what you'd go through: file, save, or share to cloud, because you want to put it into the cloud. You probably click on a tire, give it a name. You could do whatever that ZXCVB, layout, or give it, some my first layout, and save it. And then when you exit trade ideas, file, exit, it's going to ask you want to save your layout, yes or no. You say yes. And then when you load trade ideas the next day, everything will be exactly where you want it to be. Okay. But this is a lot more clear when you have the program, of course, but that's basically all there is to it. Clicking on the links for the scan, it'll be up in a tab, copy it, and then load it from cloud. And then just do it for the number of scans that you want. Now, I mean, you might have thought, well, that's too difficult. It's only because it's something brand new. You do it a few times, and it's just not. You don't even think about it. Yeah. So Brian, as far as the X and Y axis is concerned, my stock answer is going to be yes. Let me see if I can load. It was in a doc. Oops. Okay, so these are the new. I can't use them yet because there's a couple of things that go wrong. But these are the. I mean, I know they don't look very much different from the charts that you see, Brian. But these are our HTML charts. So a lot of stuff is going to be added that you'll be able to do. I'm pretty sure stuff like you're talking about, being able to adjust the Y and the X axis. My issue with them right now is that, yeah, it's hit or miss when I want to change a symbol. Okay. And normally if I just start left click and I start typing, the box will pop up, but it was getting be a little too hit or miss. But otherwise, this, I mean, they hardly look any different, I know, but they are different. They're HTML charts. This is what'll be in our web-based version. Oh no, don't be sorry. No, I mean, it's possible that this is, and this, I'm hoping, is going to be ready, bulletproof, by June the 5th, because that's when we're having our test drive. That's when it'll start. It'll cost more than 500 a month, double Z. Look, I get it. People don't want to learn anything. They just want to be told, and I'm not dumping on you. I understand we get it all the time. I just want you to tell me what to buy or sell. And I don't mean me necessarily. I want the software just to tell me what to buy and sell and when to get out. And that, in theory, that was what the AI was going to be all about. But, I'll be brutally honest, it didn't work out that way. But now, using it like a watch list, there is some value to it because it's going to generate alerts for you. And then, but you still have to figure out, a way to trade them. But at least it gives you the alerts. And you don't have to figure out, well, what alerts am I going to get today, or what should I look at? The other thing I was noticing here is that, you could maybe see the price down here or the price up here, and the candle had not caught up. There were just some things. that I was noticing, and it's been passed on, kind of like that. See how the price is moving up, and yet the candle. So I'm not going to torture myself. I'm just going to. All right, guys, I'll put myself on mute now, but I'm still here. If you have any questions, please ask away. As I say, I will hop back on the mic if there's a question. But not that spelling of there. There we go. All right, I am moving. I don't know if you're kidding. I want to buy Rand stock. So that's obviously not a serious question. Okay, guys, on mute. So you see what's happening with this basic new highs and lows, the way I've got it organized. So you do see ELEV, ELEV, every time it makes, you see the price time when it makes a new high. You just don't see it over and over again. So you few faithful in Discord, why don't you guys talk amongst yourselves? Get a little dialogue going. And those of you who really like Discord, being in the Discord room, nothing stopping you. You got a little hardcore of 10 people or so. You guys should talk. I see, Fund the Boat. I see you just put that ENPH reaching low of the day. If there was more engagement within the room, I would actually start following it. If you have questions, I have no problem. But there's virtually no activity other than you guys, and that's fine. Other than you're listening and seeing my screen, and that's fine. You know what? Maybe I'll do that here. I'm gonna for tomorrow. I'm gonna and don't worry about the fact that I'll turn black here. It should. That's just yeah. It's the last one you'll see is I guess in black. I don't know why. I never noticed that before, but you notice how it's exactly the same. Excuse me, exactly the same number of rows. Wow, ENPH, yeah, approaching 160 now. Well, I was speaking more about the people in Discord, Jas. That's fine. You're in YouTube, so I was talking more about the people in our Discord room. But that's okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to, JT, I'm not trying to push anybody to the Discord room. It's just that we have a faithful little group that just likes to go there all the time. Okay. I'm not trying to push anybody to it, but for those of you who want to, and you know who you are, you're in Discord every day. But this is the link. I'm talking to somebody in our main room. But if you want more activity, you're in the right room. That's all. Yeah, I know it. I know that Discord has a better sound, and I think the resolution is better. I know that, even compared to the main room. But it's just, we have that limitation that only 50 people can see the screen at a time. If they ever raise it, that'll be our room. You know what I haven't looked at for a while? AMC. No idea what AMC is doing these days. Yeah, ugly as always. Okay. Okay, so you see what's happened, guys? So there's the moment. So, first of all, that all went back to being green here, but the top one will be in black. So there's ELEV. So instead of seeing it over and over again, you're just going to see it the last time it made a new high. Probably unclutters things a bit. Well, definitely unclutters things, and over here, of course, you'll see the first time it made it into the scan, and you'll see the time. And with this 11 is that was the one. Boy, if you're in, this was definitely the one. 237 was the alert. 285 now. I did not take it. Low float. 50. You know what I mean? It's 15 million is low, but it's not. It's not as crazy low as some of them. And is there any news on this one? I see no news, which is typical. It's some group somewhere has got a hold of this and has decided to make it their own for a while. And this is an alpha stock, classic alpha stock. Why? Well, look what the market's doing. Look what it's doing. Doesn't care what the market is doesn't care at all about what the market's doing. There is news today. There's news. Okay. I see on the 17th that they presented some data, but I don't see the news today for it. Oh, okay. Sorry, Captain. I must have missed that. I'm surprised it's not in the headlines at IB. I mean, there is this, but this was earlier. This was on April 17th. But remember what I was saying, guys, sometime in the afternoon, you get some stock that we haven't seen all day long. And there it was, ELEV. Didn't see that one at all. And why wouldn't we see it here? Obviously, some filter values were not met. When does Meta release? Is it obviously this week sometime, but is it today? Yeah, I'm getting this big slowdown. So, yeah, so after hours today. Apple, of course, will be a big one. Oh, interesting. I thought it would be this week too, but not until the 4th. Okay. That's how much I pay attention. Well, I sort of know when the big guys, but I thought Apple and Microsoft and all those guys, Meta, would release around the same time. On. Oh man, it's just about time for me to shut this down. I think as the day goes on, my program, I guess because of all the things I'm doing, just becomes a little more sluggish. All right, guys, are there any last minute questions? So I know I usually say I'll go to 320, but a couple things I want to do. So I may just pack it in 5 minutes early, if that's okay. Somebody mentioned CPE. I think that was you, John, 316. I think that was you mentioning CPE at the beginning of the day. I don't know if you follow through on it. Yeah, you were talking about a drop. Yeah. Well, that was nice. Break of the VWAP right around here, 32.58. Yeah, that would have been nice. Probably a big, actually, it's not a huge float. 52 million in the float. I thought it would be a lot bigger, but it's not. I should have paid more attention to that because, yeah, looking left, I had all sorts of room moving down. How it works? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple. No, I don't call it Holly anymore. I'm just calling it our Trade Ideas Daily Watch List. If you have our premium service, you just load the this window called Strategy Trades All, and you just wait for the alerts to happen, and that's it. There's no auto trading. We're not going to allow auto trading anymore, and that's the thing, though. How you trade these will be up to you. But you just, tomorrow morning, this will be blank. You don't get an alert until minimum 9:35, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. And then, if you like one of them, and you can figure out a way to trade it, it's at a certain level you like. But that's how it works. There's always going to be a stop. You can obey that if you want. But you could create your own stop, I suppose. But there is a stop that's created. No automated trading. Nope. Okay, guys. Wow. This is just but we've got this. We had a real divergence today, though. Look at the Dow down a lot. Nas is still, a little bit of, little bit of. Well, it's a little high. It's above, not much, 40 up 49, but the Dow is down big. SPY is down a little. So there is a huge divergence today between the value stocks versus growth. Now, a lot of people are talking about real estate, of course. So, this is the ETF. This is the ETF for the real estate sector, XLRE. Hasn't really moved that much over the last few days. The high up here, 37.89. But from up here this week, yeah, I mean, we had some. So everybody's talking about real estate now. So be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. All right, guys, that's it. Another day, another dollar. All right, I don't see any other questions. Again, I'll hang around. I don't have to go, but if I don't see any questions, I'll think I'll just shut down. So give you guys a chance if you do have any questions. You're welcome, Eraser, 931. All right, I don't see any questions. Okay, guys, well, have a great evening. I'll open the room tomorrow. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Main room will open around 8 o'clock. So you guys can talk between 8 and 9. And I'll get on the mic in all three rooms. And I'll get on the mic, all three rooms at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And now, YouTubers, say the same for you.